Good morning and welcome to the March 21st meeting of the Oregon Public Defense Commission. I'm Jennifer Nash, the chair of the commission. We have a very full agenda today and we will get started shortly. Just to recap, yesterday we had a morning private retreat where we discussed team building and how to develop a strategic plan. In the afternoon, we had a public meeting. We also did a required training. In the afternoon, we had a public meeting regarding more organizational development, strategic planning. We had a robust discussion about our bylaws and adopting and amending new bylaws. And we start today. So I'll start this morning with public comment. We have a number of people that want to give public comment. So because of that, I'm going to have to limit the public comment to 3 minutes each person. I'm going to set a timer which I just set to an hour, so we're not going to do that. When the time is up and you hear the timer, I'll have to stop you for your public comment, but please, I know a number of people also submitted written comments and I acknowledge that at this point, although I'm not going to list all of the people, and the public comment will be appended to the meeting minutes and meeting materials for our April meeting.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I also understand that an individual who may not complete their oral testimony will have some amount of time to put in written testimony. Do we have a time frame for that?
I can't remember what we decided yesterday. Let's just say it was today, the end of the day today.
48
Yes.
hours.
48 hours, right, I'm sorry, thank you. 48 hours from today, if you want to submit additional public comment or public comment that wasn't addressed, you could do that in writing within 48 hours of 9 o'clock. So with that, I'll start with Sean McCray.
Good thing I made it through traffic.
Yeah.
I'm right here. Where would you like me?
How about right there? Okay, perfect.
Good morning. I'm Sean McCray, Executive Director of the Oregon Criminal Defense Force Association, known as OCDLA. I want to talk to you about 3 things today and hope I can do it in 3 minutes. First, as someone who served on the original Oregon Public Defense Services Commission for 16 years, 15 as vice chair, 1 as chair before I was called to take over OCDLA, I want to say thank you. Thank you, Chair Nash, for being willing to continue. Thank you, members of the commission, for being willing to serve. I know it sounds trite these days, but I know the challenges involved. Oregon is a special and unique jurisdiction. As we know, one size does not fit all. So thank you for what you do. Second, I want to report to you about the success of the Trial Skills College that was held in January of this year with the great assistance of Lewis and Clark Law School, and many public thanks to Jo Queenie Abbott and her staff who really, really helped us make this happen. This was a collaboration with then OPDC, and I also want to give a public thanks to K.O. Berger of the agency, who was invaluable in assisting with this. The Trial Skills College is a 2.5-day intensive workshop. It involves lectures, small group practice on things like cross-examination, closing argument, voir dire, and then video review. This was for the attendees of the Gideon's Promise Boot Camp that OPDC had a grant for. So our time frame in setting up the Trial Skills College was really short, but it went well, and I wanted to make sure that I told you that. Third, looking to the future, OCDLA wants to continue to partner with OPDC for programs like the Trial Skills College. We also want to be able to help with education of lawyers beyond in-person or webinar training. 2 examples. 1, we have our Library of Defense, which is an online compilation of case law, procedure, strategy. Lawyers can't find all the answers there, but they can find a lot of answers there and they won't have to reinvent the wheel. We want OPDC to give us financial assistance to make it as good as it can be. You would not have to be a member to access it, although of course we'd like everyone to be an OCDLA member. Separately and additionally, we would like OPDC to have a subscription for every public defense provider to the OCDLA Books Online. Was that my time?
That's your
Okay.
time.
And I will send you a written update about what that entails. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, Olcott Thompson.
Thank you, Chair Nash and members of the commission. I am Olcott Thompson. I'm the Executive Director of the Marion County Association of Defenders, known as MCAD. It's the consortium in Marion County, which ultimately, even though the Public Defender's Office is funded more than we are and funded for more lawyers, we are doing the majority of the work. I submitted written comment, which hopefully you have received. Chair Nash is shaking her head yes, so I appreciate that. Going to try and shorten this as much as possible regarding adding lawyers. As I noted in my written comments, the agency can say yes and move money around rather than just saying, wait, we'll let you know at some point. And the only time they let us know is when we ask. There's very little, if any, proactive work by the agency. The agency can make commitments for funding for a period of time. If you hire somebody in the next 30 days or add somebody in a sense of consortium, we will fund that money. So set it aside. Don't expect something like that to be open-ended. Ultimately, the agency can be at least be open with their process and work with providers that make a process that works. Talk to us. We can help, you can help, but ultimately it seems like all they really want to do is engage in the most expensive option rather than consider what is probably the least option in relation to a consortium. Regarding retention, consortia costs less. Regarding retention, you need to use it to, if you will, reward and incentivize retention. Not just the number of filled positions on a particular day. Especially right now, we can't add anybody. So we're gonna get penalized if we don't add somebody on April 1st, if the agency says, oh, you can add them on April 2nd. That process creates a conflict within the agency. If we have retained attorneys, MCAD has retained almost all of its attorneys since July 1st of 2023. The local PD's office has lost about half of theirs. And yet, under the proposal from the agency, the PD's office will get more money in retention money than we will because it's just based on the number of people that are under contract at that point. And finally, the most concerning thing I have heard over the past 2 weeks was the comment that was posted by a provider on the OCDLA Time. I have spoken with members of the OPDC Commission.
Mr. Thompson, I'm gonna have to stop you. I'm sorry. Can you, please submit the remainder of your comment in writing?
No problem.
Thank you.
Thank you. And it will be within 48 hours.
Thank you. All right. Next, we have Heather Busby from Youth Rights and Justice. There were some people that were going to be virtual. Was she going to be in person or virtual? I didn't write that
She
down.
was listed as in person. I don't know if it changed.
All right, I'll skip over her and call her later if she's here. Bertie Brown, investigator, who I think was going to be virtual.
I am here.
Oh, perfect. All right, Mr. Brown, I don't know if you were able to hear, but you're going to be limited to 3 minutes.
I understand that. Thank you, Chair Nash.
Go ahead, thank you.
My name is Bernie Brown. I'm a mitigation specialist with nearly 22 years as a licensed private investigator and nearly 17 years of experience in law enforcement. Regarding the slow payment process and authorization request times, we're led to believe that the process time is calculated in working days where accounts payable staff is in the office, not able to work remotely. Today, I received notice of payments being made tomorrow on invoices I submitted on February 7th and the 9th. Many attorneys tell investigators to start work on case because requests were submitted, but it wasn't that long ago when it was suggested investigators not start work until we had authorization in hand to prevent work being done prior to the effective date. Perhaps providers need to return to that process. I know of a newly established investigator that exhausted 40 hours of work. The case was resolved and adjudicated. Still, the investigator was waiting for an authorization. Now take into account the delay of getting invoices. Hopefully there wasn't much for non-routine expenses. I'm currently working long-term cases without valid authorization and have around 80 hours tied up. The longest request was submitted on February 6th. January 22nd, I learned an unhoused witness had been located that I'd been trying to locate for 8 months was in custody in Klamath Falls. A rush travel request was submitted on January 23rd, and it wasn't approved until February 29th. The person was no longer in custody, and I do not know where they are today. I'd suggest an avenue for such urgent requests. I've also spoke to Laura Vitale, a mitigation specialist, on a current situation of hers where a travel authorization was so delayed that the individual that she was looking for had moved to Mexico. My frustration with low rates, current status of the authorization, and invoice approval schedule is shared by my colleagues and has led to a large number seeking work outside of Oregon Public Defense Services. Much like the defense attorney's crisis, the same applies for investigators and mitigators, as we too have run thin. I often see solicitation for investigators and mitigators willing to take cases at the public defense rates. Colleagues are being solicited to take on new cases and having to decline those cases as to having an already critical caseload and the current rate that makes the cost of doing business more and more difficult. And in closing, it is primarily because of the mistrust surrounding hourly rates that I stopped taking standard court-appointed cases last September, and I stopped taking new court-appointed cases entirely as of January 1st. Due to the respect for the teams and the clients that I'm working with, I will finish those cases that I now have and retire. However, that will not stop me from advocating for and mentoring those that are still working hard to aid their clients in getting a fair trial. Thank you for your valuable time.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. We appreciate it. All right, Steve Corum. Was Mr. Gorham going to be? All right, Salvador Peralta.
Good morning, Chair Nash and members of the commission. My name is Sal Peralta. I'm the Executive Director of the Oregon Defense Consortia Association, which represents more than 180 attorneys throughout the state. Thank you for serving in this role and for the thoughtful approach you've taken in your meetings. Our association is worried that the broad scope of the agency's current work plan is causing it to fall short in terms of reducing the unrepresented crisis and adhering to both its own intent and the legislative intent for greater board, stakeholder, and policymaker inclusion in the agency's transformation. The agency is trying to set up local offices, transition to the executive branch, professionalize its internal operations, address internal staff retention, and planning to take on the direct management of significantly more hourly private attorneys while needing significant staff training and reassignment, all with too few attorneys in the state who are willing to do public defense work at all. All of these are big challenges. Any of these are big challenges, even in the best of times, let alone during an unrepresented crisis that will get bigger with the repeal of Measure 110. As your package shows, this is already playing out in terms of longer wait times for counsel today than when the crisis started. And it's led to disruptions in at least 2 counties, with the result being 16 more children who lost representation in Grant and Harney counties. 2 of the upcoming steps in your plan, eliminating direct contracting with private bar members in 2025 and with consortia in 2027, will result in fewer defenders taking cases and will raise the cost of providing services among those that remain. This is true whether they remain in the private bar or take jobs at the state. In 2023, private bar public defenders provided at least 60% of all public defense services in Oregon. According to data presented by the Oregon Judicial Department this year, private bar defenders and consortia hit 91% of their max statewide in 2023, compared with 78% for nonprofit defense firms. OJD has informed me that their data shows no difference in outcomes between provider types, and yet the system will retain current nonprofit contracting, but not for consortia or the private bar. As defenders transition to state agency work, the cost of service level can be expected to increase by 40% on an hourly basis, while caseload will be expected to drop based on the Oregon Department of Justice estimates of billable hours and hourly legal rates of all-in costs associated with the workforce operating under similar union contract and compensation rates to OPDC defenders versus the assumptions made in the 2022 Moss Adams caseload report. We'd like to make 3 recommendations and we'll provide in more detailed written form. First, we agree with several of the judicial department recommendations in your meeting packet. We suggest OPDC give the transition process a longer runway before eliminating current direct contracting with providers and consortia. The agency should base its decisions on data and sound fiscal policy to ensure greater access to constitutional representation. The agency should take actions to increase capacity and create greater certainty and equity in the workforce. Our members are continuing to do much of the hard work to address Oregon's unrepresented crisis. You've heard today from different providers that are very frustrated with the relationships and concerned about hourly contracting with this agency. We support the efforts of this board and the policy directions to adopt standards for the agency. I hope these are, sorry, I didn't hear that.
That's okay.
Hope they're taking the constructive spirit they're intended.
I saw that you submitted written comment as well, and appreciate that, and if you'd like to submit additional written comment, that would be
Thank you.
wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is Ms. Busby or Mr. Gorham available? All right, that's all I have for public comment. Did I miss anyone, Mona? All right, thank you. All right. And moving on then to the next agenda item, which is approval of the February 7th OPDC meeting minutes. Does anyone have any concern, questions, corrections? Any of the above to the meeting minutes, which are on. I'm looking for the number. I can't find it. It's your name.
Page 52. So, yeah.
Page 52 of the PDF. I know I've read them, but I can't find them in my, I printed out my, oh, I found them. They're on page 45 of the printed version of the documents. Any corrections, any concerns, notations, anything? All right, with that, is there a motion to approve the February 7th, 2024 meeting minutes? So moved. Is there a second? And is anyone opposed to that? Having no opposition, the motion passes. And we approve and adopt the meeting minutes for February 7th, 2024. All right, let's move on to the next item on our agenda, which is a briefing on the 6-year plan to reduce representation and efficiency. I'll have the presenters come forward, and is there going to be anybody else in person or virtual? Okay. All right, so I will just ask you for the record to introduce yourselves instead of me introducing everyone, because I'm not sure who's actually going to be here and who isn't.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us. I'm Scott Simpson, partner with Moss Adams.
And I'm Jessie Lenhart. I'm a senior manager with Moss Adams.
And we're part of the group that produced the 6-year plan. I believe we have with us virtually Stephen Hanlon, as well as Malia Brink. And they both were involved. I'll get to that in a moment. Let's see. Okay, So we're going to be talking about the 6-year plan today. We're going to talk about a little bit who was involved, give a brief overview of the project, talk about the deficiency analysis, baseline budget, staffing trajectory, or staffing strategy, and then intervention impacts. So here is a list of people that were involved. We do include this at the very beginning of our 6-year plan. From Moss Adams with myself, Jesse. We had Annie Fadley, Emily Hayes, also working on it. Jim Austin of JFA Institute was involved. Jim Austin was the principal investigator on the Brennan Center report. Malia Brink, who is now with the Deason Center at SMU. Prior to that, Malia was with the ADA. And then Stephen Hanlon, who has a long history of working in this space. Beyond those people, we did also include discussions with OCJC, Oregon Office of Economic Analysis, as well as numerous people within the OPDC group. Special thanks to Eric KO, who was a huge help throughout the entire process, Gabriel, Jesse, and then many others. So large group involved in this. So really our project overview, we were hired to create and draft a 6-year plan. Actually, it started out as a 5-year plan to reduce public defender deficiency. Due to the way the Oregon budgets, we upped that to a 6-year plan to match up with bienniums. The project took place between September 2023 and March, and it's pretty much solely focused on adult criminal. Getting the information for juvenile was a little more extreme in gathering that data, and as well as let's see here, appellate. We did not do appellate either, so it's pretty much purely focused on adult criminal. Here's the things that we took into consideration when we created this 6-year plan. State funding increases, caseload either increases or decreases projected, percent of public defender deficiency attributed to, like I said, just adult criminal. We did embed in there some sentencing reform and the impact that that could have, a decriminalization analysis as well, and then cost savings on the correctional system based on sentencing reform. And then we also included in this 6-year plan an analysis of increasing support personnel. So investigator, administrative core personnel, and others. And we do have a pretty lengthy section in there talking about impact that increasing those support personnel could have on the deficiency analysis. So here's what we calculated for the deficiency analysis. We first started with the current caseloads. We ran them through the Delphi analysis that was embedded in the Oregon project. And it calculated that there were 1,200, the need was 1,296 full-time attorneys to cover the cases in Oregon. The 6-year plan deficiency calculates that there would be a need of 564 additional public defenders as of today. That number is reduced throughout the plan. And so we're going to get into that right now. I think, Jesse, you're going to go from here.
Yeah, so as Scott mentioned, we took a look at some historical adult criminal caseload trends going back to 2017. And what we noticed in that analysis is there's an average 1.4% decrease in adult criminal caseloads year over year. That average does not include 2020, and that changed because caseloads dropped pretty precipitously as a result of the global pandemic. And so as an anomaly, it wasn't included in the analysis. And so to get to that 480 full-time adult criminal attorney FTEs by 2031, we applied that 1.4% decrease over kind of the forecasted years in order to get to that total. So just walking through that piece. So then we arrive at our baseline staffing plan. So this really looks at what it would take to eliminate the deficiency, exclusively looking at recruitment of adult criminal attorneys. So we know that one of the parts and a piece of the analysis, again, that Scott covered, is that this is not the only path forward. There is another path forward that does include really strategic hiring and recruitment of case support, non-attorney case support personnel, and we'll go into that as well. But if we exclusively take those two factors into consideration, hiring adult criminal attorney FTEs and that 1.4% reduction in caseloads over a 6-year period, we arrive at this total need in 2031 of 986. So this is also based on what we understand, again, as a snapshot of the current contracting, the current number of contracted attorneys, again, at the time of this report. So that's where this 500, oh, I'm so excited to use this. That's where this 506 number comes from. Now, we know for a number of reasons that 506 number is likely to change. Again, based on retirements, availability of staff. So it's normal that that would change. And so these numbers are also likely to be updated again over those 6 years to account for just that natural turnover. The other thing that 506 does not include are where positions have been funded but are vacant. So it includes the available personnel to manage the adult criminal caseload. So it looks at what we have here is, again, just mapping out on a year-by-year basis, recruitment of about 80 attorney FTEs every 6 years.
Every year,
Every year,
over a 6-year period.
exactly. Thank you. Yeah, wow, only 80 people, done.
Yeah.
Okay, so then we go into, so this really is the baseline, right? We're just looking at the simplest form of calculating what it would take to reduce the deficiency over 6 years. So using that again to inform then the budget calculations, we did a couple of things. So number one, similar to what we did looking backwards at caseload trends, we looked at biennial budget increases, again, since 2017. So every 2 years, the average increase in the PDC's operating budget is about 23%. So we applied that to the future by budget years in order for the forecast period, so until 2031. And this is why it changed from that 5-year plan to a 6-year plan. So then what we did is average the contracted cost for attorneys 1, 2, and 3 in order to get just kind of an annual cost per attorney FTE, and that's where that about $241,000 per year comes in. And so then it's just math. So it is the number of needed attorneys every 2 years times that 241-ish annual cost to arrive at the baseline budget. So in 2031, looking at an operating budget of about $1.3 billion if you exclusively pursue recruitment of adult criminal attorney FTEs. So that looks like by 2031, an additional 22% on top of that forecasting 23% increase. So a couple of things to note here. This is likely, in what we heard today, one of the costliest options. when we're kind of looking at resolving and addressing the deficiency. One of the things that we also include in the analysis and have a pretty lengthy section on is what it would look like in the cost impacts of recruiting non-attorney case support personnel. So we know that there are a number of individuals that are an essential part of having a really resilient and integrated case support team. And so what that looks like is also provided in the report. So then what we look at, right, so we have the baseline here, and so then we looked at everything else. All of the other pieces that can go into and are factors to consider when understanding the deficiency over a 6-year period. So these are the things that are so variable that they were not included in a plan, because a lot of it is able to be influenced by OPDC, but isn't able to be determined by OPDC. So all of those, we broke them out into 2 buckets. There's a people and budget strategy and then a policy strategy. So at a really high level, that people intervention really looks at all of the other folks, the attorneys, that are really critical to the case support team and could be deployed really thoughtfully to reduce the total attorney hours need every year. So working again with our partners and our colleagues in this, Malia, KO, went through each case task by type and did an evaluation of what could be transitioned to non-attorney case support personnel. So those who that could be transitioned to is you'll see on the right. So paralegals, investigators, mitigation specialists, social workers. And what we found is across case types, and then depending on the outcome, an average of between 18 to 22% of total case hours could be reduced from the attorney FTE need. Now, it's important to note that the hours of what's shifted off of attorneys and what could be transitioned onto case support personnel isn't always a one-to-one. And then the number, depending on the level of experience and the competencies of individuals in that role, they may be able to take on more or less. So this was the most kind of conservative baseline estimate in order to get some numbers here that could be adjusted, again, depending on level of experience and competencies that folks are contributing.
Do you have that data available?
Say that again?
Do you have the data available, the information they used to come up with the 18 to 23%?
Yeah, in an appendix. We have another list, at the end of exactly the case task, the original assigned Delphi hours, and then the percent that could be reduced or transitioned to non-case support personnel. Great question. So then this is a very high level overview because we know there's going to be a lot of discussion about the report. So just an overview of those policy interventions. So number one, really looking at decriminalization. So this looks at decriminalizing nonviolent offenses or crimes that have no victim. So it's an emerging nationwide trend that, right, thinking about if this could be implemented in Oregon, would reduce total attorney FTE need by about 198 FTEs annually. So then shifting then into sentencing reform, this focus on repealing or reforming parts of Measure 11 and doing an evaluation of that impact on attorney FTE needs. Then we also looked at 2024 legislative session outcomes. So lots of policies were passed, as about 8 of them were passed in this most recent legislative session. The most significant, as noted, is Bill 4002. And so there was an analysis that was done on that about the impact to attorney FTE need that was provided by OPDC. So that is included in kind of that aggregate analysis. But for the other ones, that is an analysis that is yet to be included kind of in thinking about the impact to total attorney need moving forward into the next 6 years. So all together, we just have, again, an aggregate analysis of what this could look like. Knowing that not all of these are realizable by OPDC exclusively. It's going to take input from a lot of different folks throughout the process, and it's not something that's going to happen overnight. So together, we kind of go through those people and policy intervention. So number one, decriminalization of nonviolent or non-victim low-level misdemeanors could result in a reduction of about 198 attorney FTE needs. And that cost impact is calculated just by doing that attorney FTE need times that average cost per year, so that 241,000. So that could result in a reduction of about $47.8 million. The analysis in House Bill 4002, at this point, looks like about a 39 FTE increase at total cost impact. And this is how you can tell it wasn't done by AI. We're missing a comma. Of about $9.4 million. Then other right, all of the 7 other bills that were passed as a result of the 2024 session, unknown at this point, but didn't want to skip it in further analysis. So included it as a line item here. Then the impact of repealing or reforming parts of Measure 11, that analysis right now looks like about a 52 FTE decrease and about a $12.5 million decrease annually. Case support personnel is where it gets more interesting. So we looked at kind of the total case hours annually. We did an average reduction of about 18% of that. Again, kind of recalling that an average between 18 and 22% of case hours could be shifted to case support personnel. So that first layer of analysis is a reduction of about 192 attorney FTE needs. And so the cost associated with that actually takes into consideration hiring and recruiting 192 non-attorney FTEs. So an interesting part of this analysis, and what OPDC is actually working on right now, is getting updated market information for each of those case support roles. So right now, what we have available in the data is kind of this average annual investigator cost of about $75K. So that was used again in order to calculate just an average additional cost. So we take out the 192 attorney FTEs minus that, and then add back the cost of 192 non-attorney case support personnel. So the total impact of that is a reduction of almost $32 million annually.
And just to clarify again, so you're using kind of current 75,000 for investigators. So if we were to look at a higher wage for investigators, this would have to be adjusted.
Exactly. Yeah, and then could be adjusted. We know that investigators and paralegals and mitigation specialists aren't or shouldn't be paid the same. So then once that data is put together, it can get added into a more robust analysis. Yeah, great question.
On this slide, is the 192 a subtraction of attorneys or an addition of staff?
It's a great question. It's exclusively the subtraction of attorneys. Yeah. Yeah, so that whole column exclusively looks at annual attorney FTE impact.
But just see the money does the subtraction of the money accounts for the addition of staff, right? That 31 is inclusive of what it would cost to hire those support staff, admittedly on the average.
Yes,
Madam Chair,
correct.
I'm not sure what the protocol is, maybe one of the newer members and asking engaging questions and stuff, is it kind of like?
I think it's fine. Just go ahead and ask a question.
If I could just ask to go back to the one that the impact repealing measure 11, can you tell me what that meant? Or what was the configuration of that? Was that like going to presumptive sentencing?
Yeah, and I'm actually going to pass that question over to my colleague, Malia Brink. Malia, take it away.
Sure, thank you for the question. We spoke with OPDC about what the impact would be of repealing Measure 11 on certain crimes, mostly those in the second degree, that if they were not Measure 11 cases, where Measure 11 sentencing was possible, would likely drop down from being high felony cases, which have roughly an hour's value of about 150 hours per case, to being mid-level felony cases of an hour's value of 50 hours per case. So if you weren't trying to fight Measure 11, maybe use the escape valve provision, right? In those cases, these are the cases where those are most commonly used. And if that wasn't an issue, there would be a lot of attorney time savings. And so it's not repealing all of Measure 11. We looked at it specifically with regard to some of the lesser crimes included in Measure 11 to get this estimate. That estimate is in turn based on like that being the route, and any switch in kind of which crimes would be removed would have an impact on that. But that's the basic of what we did.
All right, thank you very much.
And that analysis, if you're looking in the report, is table 12. So if you like to control F, table 12, we'll be able to get there. Great. So then pulling all of these pieces together, that first kind of the second line from the bottom, we have a revised need, right? Thinking about what attorney FTE need would be in 2031 if, say, for example, all of these pieces were adopted or put into place. So we go from, if you recall, that original need all the way at the top of 986, all the way down to 583. And the impact of that is about $83 million in savings in 2031. So the last piece that I want to mention is that we really focused on OPDC's operating budget in this table, but it's important to think of this also in the larger context of the impact to the Oregon's overall criminal justice system. There's lots of downstream impacts that are included in the analysis. And so that is that second bullet, really looking at kind of the impact of decriminalization on the prison system, specifically in that $215 million savings.
And so that accounts for that second line item, decriminalization of nonviolent and low-level misdemeanors, as well as the impact of repealing Measure 11 sentencing guidelines and just having those sentencing guidelines be normal rather than a Measure 11.
And be presumptive.
Presumptive, yeah. So the savings significant on the criminal justice system beyond just what we have here calculated for the public defense.
Great.
Have you considered the impact on decriminalizing some of these things? We just took drugs, victimless crimes, went through this experiment in Oregon, found out it didn't work, and now we have a change. And I don't remember what the number of attorneys were.
Wow.
You said were necessary to increase those coming back into the system. But there's an increase. Well, let me just take one. Driving while revoked, suspended or revoked. I understood the history of that was we wanted people insured driving their motor vehicles. So if they were in an accident with you, you didn't have to pay for it. And about the only weight we had was to make a crime, try and compel people to do it. Have you considered the impact of what that's going to have on the system? Whether it's the civil part of the system that gets it out of the criminal part, but it certainly doesn't take it out of the courts, or individually, or the impact of decriminalizing things like trespass in the third degree, which seems like a wise thing to decriminalize unless the person's in front of your store and you can't get any remedy on the trespass. So I understand decriminalization is nice to say we won't have to spend money on this anymore. We could say the whole criminal justice system, if we decriminalized everything, obviously that's ridiculous. But every act has a counter effect. And one of the counter effects I predict on this is what we saw with the drugs. You save money for 6 years and then suddenly we're gonna have to come back and revisit it.
Yeah.
So I'd like to clarify that Measure 110 actually was not implemented correctly. That's why it failed. And it didn't have the infrastructure needed to actually support Measure 110. So I think it's a mischaracterization to say that the decriminalization of drugs was an experiment that just didn't work. I'd like folks to actually do some research, look at the facts, because I think what's been characterized as untrue, and I would like to not propagate that narrative.
I'm going to restate what I said. It was an experiment that didn't work. It didn't work in part because it was not properly implemented. And so I agree with everything you're saying, but the way
You didn't say that in your statement initially, so you gave the impression.
And this is part of what we talked about yesterday. You may have meant something different, so now we're having this discussion about how we're clarifying what we really mean, and this is, I think, very helpful.
I understand that, and that was my comment to them on things like driving while removed or criminal trespass. it makes sense to decriminalize them only if you realize there's an impact and you're prepared somehow to handle that impact. Otherwise,
And
which
maybe,
is going to be a cost to the system. It may not be to the criminal justice system, but it's to another system.
I mean, I think the key is that we have to be prepared. And we've seen that our state does not do that well.
I think I think the broader view is the idea, and please chime in and correct me if I'm wrong, the idea of this study is to show what it costs. So we can, the legislature and the funding entities can make a value decision based on the data of what it costs for the different positions that they take. So we know that if you decriminalize, it will save X. If you don't, and you want to continue down this path, this is how much it's going to cost you. I think that's really the purpose of the study, and then from that comes the value judgment about what decisions get made, but this is the data of how much it's going to cost. And there are, of course, lots of collateral consequences. I mean, you're absolutely right. There's quality of life issues, and the state has shown its, I would say, unwillingness, to participate in large scale or even small scale decriminalization as a long-term strategy, so.
So if I may, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
To Robert's and Jennifer's point, and also to the point that was made yesterday and some of the ideas that we were talking about thinking outside the box. I remember when I was in the system, treatment was a viable option along with public defense. I mean, there was a lot of opportunity for people like myself to be engaged in the treatment program, which is where Measure 110 was not prepared when they rolled it out. The implement of treatment was not, quote unquote, set up the way it should have been. That's my opinion. Thinking outside the box, I think that OPDC, Department of Justice, Department of Community Justice, all of these pieces, we need to collaborate with a treatment model, if you will. And that's some of the information that I'm not seeing in any of these proposals, any of these studies, anything that's, we're asking people for help for. I'm not seeing that, which is a viable option to a lot of the things that we're dealing with right now.
yeah. And there's Malia has a hand up, and then I saw Eric raise a hand also.
Thanks, I can't see.
Thank you. I wanted to just point out two things. One, I agree with a lot of what's been said, and specifically the statement that this is about really being able to demonstrate and quantify for the legislature the impact of choices. And they are choices. You can make either of these, right? You could undo the 39, right? And yes, that has a lot of downstream consequences and things that would need to be done to support it. The other piece I wanted to mention about the decriminalization is that if you actually look at the detail of that analysis, even where we were talking about pulling these out and decriminalizing, we left a little bit of flex space, assuming that roughly, and Jesse, you'll have to remind me, either 10 or 20% of those cases would still go forward for those more kind of extreme cases. So we didn't assume that all of those cases would disappear. And I just wanted to note that.
Yeah, Malia, you're correct, and it's 20%.
I just feel like that's not enough. The criminalization just didn't work to me. I mean, there has to be consequence in order for, we're talking about the drugs now, we're not talking about any, and some other crimes as well. And it just, I mean, no consequence, decriminalization to me, it just isn't working.
So why do we have to rely on a system that seems to have failed in terms of punishment as compared to going to an incentive base?
Well, I guess
energizing people to make changes in their life and positive to conform to community standards.
Well, I guess, Senator, I'm just old school, you know what I'm saying? And when I spent all that time going through the system, ultimately it was consequence that motivated change. Now, the public defense system was not in dire straits. It was overworked, but it was nowhere stretched like it is now. I get that. But I feel like there's another component added along with what we're all talking about, and being such a strong advocate for the treatment community, I think that would be a huge, huge lift for everyone, for everything involved.
I feel like if we added in the kind of case support services, like social workers, that public defense lawyers and the system would be much better equipped to be able to facilitate getting clients into those kind of services in the criminal justice system. And that, I think, is really part of what this study speaks to, is that we have to robustly invest in those kinds of services and not just be, which is top heavy, expecting lawyers to do things that we're not trained to do and we're not good at and we don't have the time to do. So I think that's the real, and specifically to your point, that's the real takeaway for me from this study, is we need to invest in those other parts of the system.
And that's okay, two comments, if that's okay. I think sometimes it's hard to distinguish between incentives and consequences. So measure 110 had incentives / consequences. If it were done the way it was written, I believe, people who were caught in possession of the small amounts of drugs for personal use were given the option of going into a treatment situation or paying a ticket, right, a fine. So there was that consequence, whatever that fine would be, or an incentive. Maybe some people didn't think it was a big enough consequence, but the treatment system was never implemented by the agency that was tasked with implementing it. And so the alternative didn't really exist. And my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is because the system never really got set up, police became unwilling to deal with people who had small amounts of drugs because there was that choice did not in reality exist. And so because police just stopped dealing with it, the situation got out of hand, leading to at least part of the reason for the public outcry against what was going on. So it wasn't that there were no consequences, it was that the system itself was never implemented. The other thing I'd like to point out, and this relates to some of the stuff we're going to talk about later, when we're talking about hiring social workers to help put all this together, I noticed that there were some requirements listed in the pay provisions that required the social workers or whoever to have college degrees or master's degrees or all kinds of things. And I believe that a lot of intervention programs have had extremely high rates of success using, in a social work type position, people with lived experiences as advocates. Yeah, and so these mentors or navigators, whatever you want to call them, with the lived experience, normally don't have college degrees, but they have even something more valuable in that they know.
No, I'm not interrupting, I'm just passionate. Go ahead.
They know how to deal with people who are living through that situation because they've lived through it successfully. So I don't know whether those people cost more or less. I think they should cost the same as people. I think they should be paid the same as people with college degrees personally, but when we're looking at that, if we're going to be thinking outside of the normal elitist sort of box that deals with these things, I think that we have to think that way. So all of that may not be directly on point with the statistics, but I think it's something that we have to consider as we're dealing with all this. I just said.
I mean, I know that our roles here are to focus specifically on public defense, but I think you're missing an opportunity when we don't look at the whole of the ecosystem, and make sure the ecosystem is healthy. And so how do we think through, to your points, what are the gaps? I think especially there needs to be an analysis of what are the culturally specific and other community groups that are doing this work and doing it well, and quite frankly, doing it cheaper than the states. To say, okay, let's leverage these, actually invest in them, have them work with us, have them work with the court systems, so that folks know their options. And though I hear you when you say jail got you clean, but that's not the case for everyone. So how do we have a diversified approach that punishment isn't always needed for everyone, and that they find a lane that fits for them, that is rooted in community, that they're supportive in a holistic way. And I think that means we need to have a conversation around what are the upstream solutions that we can think of, as well as our current situation, and how do we mitigate or shrink our system.
Like the ability to get funding for organizations like Alton's to work with our clients.
Absolutely.
To be able to provide those services.
And like,
Instead
folks
of
have to
hiring
know,
a
the folks have to know about that
Right.
program, that's the problem, right? That a lot of the folks who are making the decisions, primarily the life or death situations, don't necessarily know that there are other alternatives available to them.
And I guess my point is, I'm not bucking against anything as much as I am. These ideas that Jennifer and Susan and everyone's talking about are never included in the studies that are supposed to be saving us money and creating a space where we're getting more attorneys, we're looking at the problem. None of those things are ever ideas that are involved in these types of things. That's the frustration I deal with.
Because often we're not the decision makers.
No, I get it. I know that.
I mean, fundamentally, like, the folks with the purse strings, they don't look like us.
Yeah, well.
So I think that's a great point.
Actually, I was gonna bring it back to you guys, so.
Actually, I think, Bob, did you have something?
Well, I think this is great. I think interestingly, we have a variety of views on this and a variety of input from the experts in different areas here, lived experience and educational experience. I think it's important to keep this information in the report, because yes, we don't get to decide there's a decriminalization going on, but by pointing out to the decision makers, to Jennifer's point, what the cost is and what the alternative use of these dollars is in black and white, then the representatives can take it back to the legislature who do make. This is a choice we need to make. We need to listen to the experts as well. What's the best use of this $40 million? And for the community as a whole, and this is very important information to have in this, even though we don't have the solutions or the exact details of how this would work. So I appreciate the information. It's not our job to tell them how to put people in jail, by the way. It's our job to say, this is what it costs. Cut the check if you like. This is what you want to do, you got to cut the check. And so I appreciate that. I think we should continue this roundtable discussion we've had regarding the treatment, and let you guys get on with the presentation.
Actually, before we do that, Bob, did you have something that you wanted to say?
No, I'll wait.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
So I think that's a great segue then into thinking about this is a first step. So this is not the plan and it's not the final solution. It's a starting point. So we have this first layer of data, this first layer of information, and actions are already, and the train has already left the station on a couple of other important things. So number one, the agency's strategic plan. So when we think about the ability to effectively develop community partnerships, what that looks like and the funding required, that could be something that gets integrated into a broader strategic plan, right? So it's not just looking at public defenders, but it's looking at a little bit of everything else, including other kind of training opportunities and whatnot, and all those pieces that we know feed into the broader impacts to the criminal justice system. So this is going to get integrated into ultimately the strategic plan, and then get built out in collaboration with what steps are actually going to be taken to kind of continue down this path. And as you have seen, there are a lot of different options about what that could look like. So when we start integrating all of these plans, so the 6-year plan, building out the strategic plan, then we also have the transition plan, really diving into the agency's mission, vision, values, the purpose, the feedback that we're gathering from you all as part of that process. We're kind of start to see all these pieces come together when we start about getting through this really robust planning phase and then building out the what's next and those actual steps. What is it going to cost? Thinking about putting some of those pieces in black and white so then we can extrapolate from there. So is also a great place to start when we're thinking about aligning people, processes, and systems, and then reporting on progress over time.
I just got a question.
Yeah.
We have, I think, 26 judicial districts in Oregon, and then most of them are out in the hinterlands. Although we always think of it in terms of the population centers of the valley. So putting the social workers and the investigators out in Harding County and some of the other counties, is the expense the same? Is the anticipation we're gonna be sending them from the valley out there?
So that's part of, and this kind of gets into some work that's already underway with OPDC, is an hourly rate study where we're looking at rates for non-attorney FTEs. And what we're able to do with that data is actually make some adjustments based off of location.
So I'm a math person, so
Yeah,
here we
take it
go.
away.
So this is part of one of my questions, is you have the staffing ratios for these various different support staff types,
Yeah.
and that doesn't really support our public defense model. So the problem is that when you have nonprofit public defenders and when you have statewide public defender offices, sure, 1 to 4 for legal assistance is fine. But when you have hourly lawyers, even if you had an hourly lawyer that did nothing but public defense work, that staff ratio is gonna be 1 to 1, not 1 to 4. You're not gonna have 4 FTE lawyers in 4 separate places with 1 legal assistant. So how is it that you are going to account for that? Because that will increase the cost under this model significantly for support staff. And I'm just using support staff like legal assistants, paralegal as an example, but it's true for investigators and other support staff too. So that's my first question.
Yeah, that's a really great question, and especially one that is going to be likely to change with kind of this transition plan in 337. So more attorneys are coming in-house, the contract base is going to really expand. And so as part of the strategy, that's just an open-ended question. What does it look like in order to either check and see and support some of those other agencies in their kind of recruitment of non-attorney FTE? What does it look like for our own attorney FTEs? And so it's part of the strategy that at this point, when we start looking at actually executing and growing the workforce, okay, what pieces need to get involved? But you're right, and the standards are a place to start, and that's just one of the considerations about when the boots hit the pavement, being able to integrate that into the strategy and thinking about, okay, how are we engaging people across these different places, especially when you have folks in more rural areas and it's not necessarily a 1 to 4 opportunity.
I think Malia wanted to weigh in.
Oh, yeah.
On this as well. Go ahead,
Thank
Malia.
you.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that there are also models from around the country that provide this sort of support to court-appointed counsel systems, which are very similar in the sense that people are not always taking on full-time cases. They're most often independent contractors, right? They're taking on a certain number of cases. And often the way that works is the investigator or social workers work the same way. What's guaranteed is that when you take a certain type of case, you're entitled to a certain number of hours of resources from those contractors. And you often have one that you like to pair with who may be in your community, but may also be serving other lawyers in that sort of same capacity. So there are different models for doing this, even in rural spaces, and with not a full-time, public defense office model. And I thought that sort of went to what Jesse was saying about wanting to do some hourly based time studies on what this could look like, not as like a full-time employed model.
Well, I think that's true for like social workers, investigators, but when you think about support staff, like your day-to-day support staff, I don't think that model works as well because you have to have someone there answering the phones, you have to have someone meeting the clients. It really is when you talk about an hourly panel situation, and let's assume that the person only did public defense because that makes it easier. their practice is 100% public defense, it's going to be a 1-to-1 ratio. You're not gonna have a 0.25, somebody there 10 hours a week while you practice full time. So I think that for that model, for that particular staff person, I think the numbers are problematic for the hourly panel portion of the public defense model.
Agreed, and I see your point entirely. Sometimes those people do double duty. They're doing some administrative work as well as some client navigating and paralegal work. So, oftentimes they become multifunctional, but I agree with your point.
And I guess my question is, so you preface this conversation with the fact that this analysis is only on adult criminal. We have hundreds and hundreds, maybe 1,000 attorneys in Oregon that do not do adult criminal work. Is the idea that you believe that after you're done with this analysis that you can essentially extrapolate a solution, or that you believe that that juvenile and dependency work are so closely aligned that you essentially can come up with a solution that will essentially make them close enough aligned that you believe that the adult criminal analysis will work for them?
Yeah, that's exactly it. So applying some of the same tenets assumptions in the model that we went through to build this out. Think about applying that as a starter for the juvenile delinquency cases and then making those adjustments again based on that unique case type. But folks from OPDC or Malia, please feel free to weigh in as well.
Because I would suggest that the differences in those practices are significant.
They are significant, yeah. Which
I
is,
do not believe that, I think that you need to account for the significant differences.
so one of the challenges, which is, yeah, I'll say right, when we embarked on this process, in Oregon, we have delinquency and dependency. And, we didn't have the same kind of data, I would say, as readily available to do the analysis on that. But the same tendencies would, you could apply the same principles of this study to delinquency and dependency. Your outcomes are going to be different, but you could use the same framework. We just didn't have the time or the data at the outset to be able to do that. But we do recognize that there are drastic differences, including run-out time of how long the cases are in the system, especially for dependency. Those take, my understanding is at some level, can be quite a bit longer than delinquency.
They're functionally completely different animals. Processes are completely different. So I think comparing a criminal justice system with the juvenile dependency system are comparing two entirely different animals that almost have no comparisons at all.
So I think where that comes, the next iteration of this is to take the hourly data that we have and the FTE data that we have, and then pair it with the RAND study for workload, caseload, and be able to develop appropriate workload models. Because the dependency cases in particular, as we know from the PCRP program, really lend themselves to a workload model much more so even than adult criminal cases. And that's, I think, really where this data can help when you pair it with the RAND study to be able to come up with a really good model for a dependency case. I think, is that?
Yeah.
Basic, okay. So I have another math question.
Yeah.
And it's kind of a bigger one, actually. It's the assumption for the 2080 hours, which I know you do something that's going to ask about.
Yes.
So the problem is, and I'm just going to lay it out for the record, with 2080 hours is that lawyers don't work 2080 hours. There's 10 state holidays, and we don't want people working through state holidays. There's, you know, if you give somebody or not generously 2 weeks vacation, and also we're required to do 15 hours of CLE work per year, that brings, if you're just the absolute bare minimum, that brings the number of available hours to 1,904. And the DOJ uses 1,550 for their hourly model. So my math is that somewhere the deficiency brings us somewhere between 663 to 930 lawyers. And that's my back of the napkin sort of, well, actually, I used your little chart and just filled it in. That's my numbers, which is significantly more and would really impact the budget if we just did. So what I'm wondering, based on that and the way these documents take on a life of their own, if there could be an amendment to the report that includes the math for different hourly based on those numbers, based on what you just gave people 2 weeks, if you and the holidays, and that this is what it would be. Because I think, again, we're using this to inform the legislature about what the cost would be, and I think to use 2,080 is not, that's not a number that's really, I think, supported. But I'm curious what other commissioners think about that too. This is a big switch.
So you're staring at me, so,
Yeah. Go ahead, Rob.
You're on.
and I did have a conversation with Jesse and Scott early last night, and we discussed this as well. I'm in agreement with you. I mean, and I understand that since defense lawyers have not kept hourly time, except other than PCRP people, there's not a ton of data about this specific job, but there is a ton of data about what lawyers do and how they bill and billing process. Even in the federal system, you look at federal criminal law, you could look at that system as well and see the billing manual, you look at the billing manual, you look at, see what the standards are, you look and see what the big steel law firms are requiring of their associates, you look at the Attorney General's office. I sort of settled at 1,550, as we discussed. Based upon, if we're talking about parity, that's what the Assistant Attorney General's expectations, 1,550. So I'm assuming that requires equivalent type of vacation, time off, holidays, same as DA. That seems to be parity. I ran a law firm for decades and had many associates, and we did hourly billing. And I was thrilled to get 1,400 hours a year billed out of them. Because, you know, during the day, now we can work into that. We're not big steel people, you know, but they have a life. But you know, you get 2 10-minute breaks. Take the 10-minute breaks every day out of your time. I mean, you know, you have to talk to your staff about directions that you cannot bill. I can't bill OPDC for chatted with my receptionist about her dog who was sick for 5 minutes to make sure we got good work product. I mean, I can't bill. I'm in the office at more than 2080, but we're not, this analysis isn't about what's in your paycheck or your union contract. It's about hours available to bill, because that's what the Delphi study measured. And if you're trying to calculate a number of attorneys needed based upon the Delphi standard of timekeeping, you have to use a reasonable hourly billing number. You can't say, how many oranges do we need? Well, we multiply this oranges by this oranges and we get that many oranges. That's fine. You can't say we're multiplying these apples by this oranges and getting these oranges, right? Yeah. So using the same measurement of time, which is what we're measuring here, 1,550 is the number. I'm pretty firm about that one. My opinion. You guys do whatever you want. But I think 1,550 is supportable by historical facts, by the Oregon State Bar, by the Attorney General's office, and by common sense, and by the expertise that those of us here have at this table. And I think when you say it's 2080, that might satisfy people who are used to looking at a W-2 about what their wages is, but it doesn't reflect the actual facts of reality.
Yeah. So great points. Malia, are you online? I'm gonna have Malia talk to this.
Absolutely. I mean, first of all, and I want to say that I agree with it, right? The 2080 is massively conservative. It's very hard to step away from 2080 without some evidence as to exactly what you're stepping away with. I think a lot of attorneys would also say a 40-hour work week is not realistic. And so if you go to a 50-hour work week and then subtract, you end up somewhere actually close to 2080 when you take into account just those basics that, I'm sorry, I can't see commissioner names, but the holidays, the state holidays, the vacation time, just those core basics. I will say that it is absolutely correct. If you look at judicial workload studies, which use the same factor, they end up somewhere typically between 1,200 and 1,700 in terms of hours available for casework. And so, all of it is legitimate. You pointed out that oftentimes that would increase the budget. I think it is fine to do a side-by-side analysis that shows what happens if you actually reduce the time available to something that is more realistic, even in the absence of the specific data that lets you reduce it, specifically for Oregon attorneys, because we don't know how much time they're spending, for example, in cars traveling, which would go into that factor.
And for what it's worth, I've worked in big law, medium law for DOJ. 1550 is a very reasonable number. I remember when I worked big law.
Right. I mean, I will say that the part of this was to echo big law firms, which at the time that the first study was done were closer to 1900, right? This was originally created in Missouri, where there was a prevailing sense that part of what was happening was that public defenders were lazy, and 2080 was adopted to insulate that from criticism. And so, it was close to what was in very big law, admittedly, kind of the standard norm. And again, I will also say, and this is slightly different, that when you are trying to input standards on a timeline basis, that is actually the number you move. You never want to play with the weights, the case weights. What you can do is phase in the amount of time available for casework. And what this often looks like when we use what's often adopted as a comparative weighted caseload study, where you assign, for example, low felony the weight of 1, and then everything gets compared to that. So if a low felony is a 1, maybe your homicide is 8.7, and then you're taking it not out of hours available, but you've reduced it to like the number of case availability that somebody has, which is like created in the system. If you're trying to phase this in and get down to the time, and hire staff to do that, you move that number, the cases available for everyone to work with, and you decrease that over time. And you don't mess with those comparative case weights. You don't say, well, in year 1, we're going to call a murder a 5, and in year 7, we'll finally get to 8.7. You move that number. And because this is just being introduced, starting with that conservative number makes sense. But I do agree that seeing where you're going and showing the comparative to something that is far more reasonable and saying we're using 2080 right now because of all of these factors, it's conservative, we're just introducing this, we don't have the data. But saying, for example, if 1550 is the comparison for the Attorney General's office, which is what I think I heard, this is what it would look like if we got this down to a more reasonable number. All of that makes sense to me. The last thing I will say is that the Washington State Bar just adopted the National Public Defense Workload Standards, like a measure to try and put those in place over kind of a similar 6-year, 4-year frame. And they adopted 1650 as their kind of standard. So whatever that math is fairly easy to show the impact on. And we can do that comparison, but this is often how you phase this in.
I'd like to make sure I'm not a math person. So I'd like to make sure I really understand what we're talking about here. So if we're talking about using this study to lobby with or discuss with the legislature how to fund lawyer slots, right? And we use the higher number, 2860, versus say 1500. If we use the 2860 and 2880, the legislature will fund fewer positions. And if we use the 1500, the legislature will fund more positions. So I got that right. All right. So let's say we go to the legislature with the 28, 26, whatever it is, the higher number.
Yeah.
And that's what they fund. We will still be requiring the lawyers of the system to work more hours, nights and weekends. If our goal is to encourage more people to want to become career public defenders, we won't do that by funding a system that makes them work nights and weekends and not have 2-week vacations.
Correct.
So why we would use a study based on a higher number, when our goal is to create a situation where lawyers want to work here, I don't understand.
You're making too much sense.
Here's the thing, is that from my perspective, is that 2,000 number, I billed 2,200 hours, 2 years of my career. And I was working roughly 75 to 80 hours a week when I did that. That is not a sustainable work model. It is not a sustainable work model. And I certainly do not want any member of the legislature believing that attorneys can work 75 to 80 hours a week.
So I think that's what our role is, right? Our role as the commission is to set that number. So we have the data, we can do math based on the 2080, we can extrapolate it down to the number of hours and number of FTE that we believe is appropriate. And the legislature in Senate Bill 337, and even before that, has required us to transition to a workload model. And we know how to do that now. It's math. We have the formula, we just have to come up with the plan, and we have to come up with a policy about the numbers we're going to use for that.
As you say, if this document takes on a life of its own, I don't want it to have numbers that we don't want.
Right, that's why I think it would be helpful if we had that, another appendix that had the, if you chose this, if you chose that, what those numbers would be. And 1650 seems, since Washington did that, like a big number there.
Well, and also it should be reflective of the values we say we hold as a commission. So just because we have this larger number doesn't mean that's the number we have to lead with. Quite frankly, we should not be doing that. And I think it's going to then be, the onus is gonna be on this commission to be far more active in their advocacy to the legislature around why the number should be the number that it is.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
Along these lines too, when I'm not seeing any sort of inclusion of the expense to recruit attorneys in the public defense system. I don't know whether that's further on or not, but I didn't see it when I read through. And whether we want to include that in changes in terms of, you know, our student loans greater than 5 years and 10 years, or what sort of policy to want to try to do, and it'll cost to recruit.
Correct. We did not look at the cost of recruitment in this. Didn't have the data, and just really, that was not something that was considered when we walked through this. We were just looking at a pure need, not the cost to actually get them in the door. Doing an appendix, that is very easy. And I think that it's something that we can talk with management about. And do we do an appendix? Do we revise the base of the report? Something along those lines. I think that if we change the numbers, that number 2080 in the report to something else, I would say I still like the idea of an appendix showing if it's 1650 in the report, here's, 1750, 1600, 1650, 1600, just laying out that way. It's easy for someone to look at the back and say, okay, well, maybe they disagree that 1650 is right and say it should be 1700. Well, there's the numbers right there in the appendix. So I do very much like that idea. It is easy for us to do because it is just.
Yeah, and I would suggest, or I would prefer the number in the actual body of the report, the end of 1650 is the number, that's fine. Because that's gonna become the default number. So whatever you put in there, I would not put 2080, because I think that is an unrealistic. I wouldn't put 1200 either, that's an unrealistic expectation as well, but I think whatever number you put in the body will be the default.
Yeah, I think that's true. So do we have some consensus about what number we want to use?
having recently left DOJ, I agree with Rob. I think the DOJ number needs to, that's what they expect their assistant attorney generals to get. That's what they expect in terms of performance bonuses and expectations. And
that's what we're competing against.
And that's,
Exactly.
and that's parity if we're
Right.
aiming for.
right, I would, I don't think we need to compete against the state of Washington. I think we've got our own issues within our own borders. I think we stick with that number from DOJ. I think it's 1550.
Does anybody disagree with that?
Well, Chair Nash, members of the commission, I want to hear what Jesse and Scott have to say about this. You know, the report is the report, but ultimately the legislative ask is going to be based upon decisions from this commission. So I don't want this group to think that this is like going in as the final ask. You all are going to have to, in subsequent months, discuss and approve the policy option packages that go to the legislature on behalf of the agency. And, you know, I just want to.
But if we come in with advocating for a smaller number, and the larger number is what's in the report, it's gonna create ammunition for people in the legislature to say, you're not being realistic. These experts came in with a report with the higher number. So if we have a report with the higher number, we're setting up a situation that's self-defeating when we go in there with a smaller number, I believe.
I absolutely agree with that. If I was working on the budget and I would see the report that had this number and the commission said, oh, but we want this number, I'd say, well, that's really nice.
You're not in it.
But-
Yeah, you know, here's your report.
Yeah, we're gonna take the experts and the experts say 2084,
Yeah.
2084.
So I sense some hesitancy on the part of the agency. So why don't you talk about risks if you think there are risks with putting a lower number in?
Oh, we
Or
were
am I
talking, we were actually talking about procedure in terms of, how the commission could move forward with a lower number. And, if we wanted to talk with Mass Adams about doing a revised report that could come back in front of the commission in April and have you all, have an
That seems
action
great.
item in April to adopt a revised report.
That sounds great. Thank you. And it sounds like we have consensus that the number should be 1550.
Yeah, but I would like Moss Adams to review that direction or recommendation and make sure that you can substantiate that as a reasonable one based upon our requested criteria, if that makes sense. Because we talk a lot about parity with the attorney generals.
But I mean, as I said, I think that the referral is based on the comments that have been said today. We're now saying we should be comparing to what DOJ does. And I think that's a segue reference as to bringing it back into more reality for Oregon.
Perfect, yes. All right, well, thank you. Do you have questions?
Just while we have Malia
Yes.
online, Malia, do you see any challenges, with doing that?
No, I actually think the math is actually fairly simple for doing that. I will say, you know, what it's going to do is increase staffing needs just based on the comparison between 2080 and 1550. It's going to increase staffing needs and costs roughly 34%
Absolutely.
across the board. And that's fine. It's just that when you're talking about the nature of the ask, that's what it does.
Well, and that's kind of the point.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Understood.
Yeah.
I mean, right, and I understand what you were saying, right, which is that you don't want to start with some kind of interim step where you then have to change the analysis on people. I completely get it. I just, right now, right, the attorneys in the system, in order to just handle the cases that they have, even before you get to the non-represented crisis, are doing so astoundingly much more than that. They're doing it by cutting the hours side available for cases. And that's the part you really don't want to mess with. And so the phase in usually comes on the other side. What I'm hearing is don't phase us in, show us the reality, and that is fine.
Yes, all right. Thank you very much, Ms. Brink, and thank you very much. And do you have anything else you want to add or,
We
okay?
will get to working on it.
Wonderful.
Thank you for the input and the dialogue, because this is helpful and, you know, we'll get something revised that you look at and you'll say, wow, that number's bigger. But it's it's in line with what we expect. So.
Thank you. All right. And with that, we will adjourn for a 15-minute break and we'll be back at 10:45. Thank you.
I know.
Sorry, everyone.
You started, I've been like, we need another go.
Yeah.
All right, welcome back after the break to the Oregon Public Defense Commission meeting. The next item on our agenda is an action item regarding retention incentive payment. Kim Freeman and Amy Jackson will be presenting information related to those decisions.
Morning, Chair Nash, Commissioner members. For the record, I am Kim Freeman, the CAP manager, which is Compliance, Audit, and Performance. And with me in the room is Amy Jackson, our Senior Policy Analyst, who will be presenting the information on the 9.9 retention incentive policy proposed today.
Good morning, Chair Nash, members of the Commission. At the February Commission meeting, the agency presented a draft policy to distribute the 9.9 million. That proposed policy allowed for 5 payments, 4 of which were tied to early caseload reporting. At that time, the Commission requested that OPDC reach out to providers for further communication. On February 13th, the agency held a feedback and listening session, and providers shared that early reporting would cause additional workload as it would require a change in many of their processes. Although providers understand the need for early reporting, they suggested perhaps a tiered approach to early reporting, perhaps the 15th to the 10th and ultimately landing at the 5th. So the feedback and listening session was absolutely fruitful. It was good to hear from providers the impact that this policy would have on them. The OPDC data and research team, along with the program analysts, held office hours January, February, and March. There were 2 meetings each month, all of which were dedicated to caseload reporting to assist the providers with general caseload reporting questions. Any provider that had specific issues were handled on an individual basis. The data and research team also provided additional one-on-one assistance anytime providers needed it. On March 7th, OPDC sent out communication to all attorneys and contract administrators, letting them know that all caseload reports from July of 2023 through February of 2024 needed to be submitted by March 20th in order to be eligible for the incentive funding. Director Camphy and OPDC staff met to discuss the feedback information that was received from the feedback and listening session, which resulted in the 2 proposed policies before you today. There are 2 options, option A and option B, and there are pros and cons to each of them. Option A allows for 2 payments, one April 15th, 2024, and again, October 15th of 2024. The caseload report due date remains the same, so the 20th of each month for the current contract. The pros to that option are that it allows for 2 much larger payments to providers. And the cons, of course, are that all of the retention incentive funds are paid in 2024 with no funds available in 2025. Option B allows for 5 payments. Again, caseload reports would remain on the 20th of the month. Mona, can you go to the next? Yes, thank you. The pros are the payments are dispersed in both 2024 and 2025. The cons, of course, being that it's a higher administrative cost to OPDC to process 5 payments as opposed to 2. I think that's it.
Next slide.
Next slide, Mona, please. The agency recommends that the commission review both proposed options and make a motion to approve one of the 2 policies presented.
Thank you. All right, before I Before we talk about motions, let's just discuss these. Let's, does any commissioner have any questions or any input?
I have a question. How much greater are the administrative costs under option B, both in terms of money and in terms of staff time? Is there?
I can answer that question, Commissioner Randberg. The administrative costs are significantly greater under option B. Because the payments are based on MAC and, that is a number that fluctuates. So we would need to, recalculate the MAC under each provider, for each payment. And so the amounts of the payments are gonna fluctuate too, because if we have 5 distinct buckets of payments, then people are gonna get, if they get $1,000 the first time, the next payment, they may get $900 each because there's more MAC in the system, or they might get $1,100 each because there's less MAC in the system. So the more times we do the payment, it is actually a pretty significant administrative cost for the agency.
And so other than having funds available in 2025, are there any other advantages to option B?
It would, yes, so in the previous time that we got retention incentive funding, the agency tied that funding to caseload reporting, and we saw significantly greater compliance with caseload reporting. So people were much more likely to get their reporting in on time when there was a payment associated with it, like reporting in on time. So when you have just 2 payments, there's less of that financial incentive for them to report.
So is there a way to let us know 2 things about payments not getting in on time? Is there, reports, I'm sorry, data reports. Do you know what percentage of providers are delinquent? And the other part of it is whether the delinquency is more pronounced for some kinds of providers than for other kinds of providers.
I would have to refer the question to our data team. Kim Freeman, as our CAP manager, is the head of that unit. She may know the answer, or she may need to ask staff.
Director Campy, I would need to ask staff that question.
For both of my questions.
I see her nodding her head, yes.
Yes, sorry, yes. And to be clear, it was a percentage of delinquency, and if it was, and particular providers.
Types of providers, not providers by name, but percentage
Correct.
of delinquencies overall, and then whether it's more prevalent with some kinds of providers than others. Thank
Okay.
you.
I think we do know that the administrative costs are different based on different provider types and staffing ratios.
Question. MAC, acronym for something.
Thank you, Senator Brzezinski. MAC is a maximum attorney caseload, so that is the maximum number of cases that an attorney would take under contract for a full-time public defense contract. So somebody that is 100% public defense could take a maximum of 300 weighted misdemeanors. Somebody that is half-time public defense could take a maximum of 150 weighted misdemeanors.
Thank you.
Does anybody else have any questions or comments?
That's why you're here, that's what I thought.
I'm still pondering the impact on staff, but.
So. Thank you. Couple of, maybe a comment and then a question. The comment is, this retention, I believe, was to retain people through a 2-year budget cycle. The contract, you have money now, we're about 8 months through it, so the payment this in April makes perfectly good sense to me. I'm thinking since people did sign agreements for 2 years, that to reduce the administrative cost, but to more appropriately place that second payment, possibly it would be a good idea to consider making the second payment in April of 2025, and here's why. Number one, that's going to be consistent, or at least jive a little bit, line up a little bit with the next contracting period. So when people do their responses to the RFPs, it'll encourage people to make the correct decision to resign and keep or maintain their caseload. If they know there's gonna be, the timing just seems good to me. Having managed a number of providers, consortium providers, I think that they may like to have this split in two for tax purposes, one in 24, one in 2025, just to even out their tax obligations and their payments. So I don't think they would object to delaying the second payment till April. I think there's some benefit to it. I think it actually rewards the retention over a longer period of time, not just paying it out in the next 5 or 6 months. So I think from a strategic, maybe a workload standard too, because then you're only processing it twice, not 5 times. And so I'm wondering what that would look like, or what your response would be to that. My second question is the unclaimed retention bonuses. I'll call them unclaimed or unearned retention, part of the retention bonuses. Is your plan to then take that money and give a supplemental retention bonus to the people who did retain, or do you have an alternative use, or even can you statutorily do that given how the money was funded to the agency? Does it all have to go out as a retention bonus? I didn't see that, but maybe it's been addressed somewhere else.
It's all part of a retention bonus.
Okay.
It was under 337, I think, or one of the accompanying bills. It was specifically 9.9 for retention. So
So,
my guess is you're just gonna divide it into whatever if it's 2, it's what back there is then, what back there is for the second, and that's how it gets divided, right?
So the agency, it is all retention money, so the agency would not retain that money for a separate purpose. I would defer to, Amy and Kim. I know that we had conversation around what would happen to the pool of unclaimed money and how that would be allocated in a later payment. But before we get to that, I want to just take up some of Commissioner Harris's other questions. There is not a cost to the agency for moving the second payment from 2020 to 2025. And the current contract, the policy for the current contract is that we are doing a reconciliation process quarterly. So we're doing contract amendments and reconciliations quarterly. So that quarterly reconciliation would happen in March, which would align well with an April payment date. So there's no downside to the agency of moving the second payment to March. And then to April of 2025. And then if Ms. Freeman or Ms. Jackson can speak to the question of what the plan is for unspent funds from the first payment.
So, Director Campy and Commission members, retention funds that are unspent in April 2024 would roll to April 2025. If we were unable to spend all the funds in 2025, I would need some assistance answering that question from our CFO, Ralph Amador, just because I'm not sure if we do not spend all those funds, if they're reverted back, how we could address that, if I'm understanding the question correctly.
Why would we have unspent funds? Wouldn't you just divide to figure out what the MAC is and what the available money is and divide it and make a payment? Why would there?
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Amador is giving a thumbs up.
Yes, okay. All right, I just want to make sure I understood, and that's what we would do, Chair Nash, is we would do our best to get all of the funds out in that last disbursement payment.
so then, as I understand it, you're not determining what the retention bonus would be as of today's contracts and then saying it's this much now and this much then. You're actually doing a calculation each time and saying, we have this much available, we're gonna divide it up this way, all the money's gone to the provider.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
If the purpose of the money from the legislature is for a retention incentive, it seems like it makes sense to put those 2 payments in 2 different years. so that we can retain the workforce. Legislative purposes.
I have a question.
Yes,
On the second page of option A, is the language that the agency can fill additional FTE positions allocated by the 2024 legislature. OPDC would expect the dollar figure to decrease accordingly,
That's right.
which says to me that if you can find attorneys and hire them, you can spend the money on them rather than a bonus. Am I reading this incorrectly?
So, let's say right now there's 100 MAC in the system and we were dividing, the payment out among 100 people, it comes out to a certain amount. Then people add more MAC to the system. They have 50 more MAC to the system. And then we divide the second pool of payment, we're dividing it by 150 instead of dividing it by 100. So if you increase the number of lawyers, the size of the payment for each lawyer will go down. If you decrease the number of lawyers, the size of the payment for the lawyers would go up. And because we have a fixed amount, right? We have 9.9 million to spend. And if we divide it out by how many MAC there is in the system, then the percentage that each person, or the number that each person gets goes up or down depending on how many total there are in the system.
Which is my second question. This doesn't necessarily go to attorneys. It can go, as I understand it, to overhead or other things.
With the exception of the state employees, the Oregon Public Defense Commission does not employ any public defenders. So we contract with contract administrators and we provide them with money. How they choose to disperse that money is not for us to decide. It's up to those entities to decide how they're going to disperse the money. So they could choose to give all of the money to attorneys. They could choose to spread the money among all of their staff positions. And the agency isn't in a position to dictate that choice because we aren't the employers of that staff. That's an individual employer decision to make. We used MAC as a tool to calculate how the payment would go out, not to decide how the payment leaves the agency to the entity, not to decide how the entity chooses to spend those funds.
The agency is not giving out signing bonuses right now, correct? They're not giving, you onboard someone, will give you $10,000. That's not happening, right?
No, we don't have signed bonuses.
are there any other questions or comments? Do we have, other thoughts about moving the second payment to April 1st, 2025? Does anyone else have any thoughts about that?
It's a good idea.
Yeah, very possible.
And I would have to give Chair Nash credit for a lot of that because she and I talked a little bit about the timing based upon our experience with directors of consortium. So I appreciate the help and input she was able to provide to me on that. Thank you.
And yes, you're welcome. I'm just thinking procedure. So, and it sounds like, is there general consensus that there should be 2 payments instead of 4, and those payments should be April 1st, 2024, and April 1st, 2025? Is that kind of where
Well,
we're?
and it seems like you can just take option A and just
Yeah.
make it all, take off that.
So that's what I was going to ask.
I
Is,
think process-wise, somebody would make a motion
Yeah.
on option A, and then a different commissioner would make a friendly amendment to option A once the option has been moved forward, and then there would be an opportunity for further discussion and then a vote.
all right, that's what I was thinking. All right,
Make a motion on option A, please.
perfect. There's a second. All right, are there any discussion or amendments to option A?
I move that we amend option A so that the second payment occurs in 2025.
So it would be, distribute 2 payments from 9.9 million general fund for services and supplies,
One in April 2024 and one in April 2025.
April 15th, 2024 and April 15th, 2025.
Yes.
Proportionate with the FTE of the contract excluding administration, supervision, and any vacancies as of April 1st, 2024 and April 1st, 2025. Is there? Do we have to, we don't have a second amendment, do we? All right, we've got a second, fine. Let's do while we're in person, do we need to do a roll call vote? All right, does anyone oppose the amended motion? Yeah. All right, the motion passes as amended. Thank you. All right, second, I will move on to the next item, the action item, adopting a new pre-authorized expense policy.
Thank you, Chair Nash. Commissioners, Director Campy, we will be presenting updated policy information on the pre-authorized expense, also known as PAE, the routine expense and schedule of guideline amounts. As stated in our December meeting, we said we'd be coming back quarterly, and I'm going to turn it over to Amy Jackson, our senior policy analyst, to walk us through the proposed changes that you have in your packet of information and in the memo received as well.
Good morning. On December 14th, 2023, the Commission approved the pre-authorized expense policy, the routine expense policy, and the schedule of guideline amounts. Since that time, the policy team has received both internal and external feedback. Changes reflected in the policies before you today are due to that feedback. However, more work remains to be done, and the agency continues to be committed to bringing back all of the policies on a quarterly basis. Over the next 90 days, the agency will be reviewing additional feedback received, specifically regarding the 180-day rule, interpreters, as well as any other feedback received prior to April 4th, 2024. The agency intends to have what we're going to call PAE office hours on April 9th from 12 to 1 and April 23rd from 2 to 3. And we will be sending out more information in reference to those office hours with an agenda and how to join the meeting the week of March 26th. All of the proposed changes listed in the policies before you have the new language in front, and then bracketed is the old language that was approved in December of 2024. Monica, next slide, please. So here are the changes to the pre-authorized expense policy. Section 1.1, language was added to clarify that PAEs do not transfer from one assigned council to the next. Section 2.1 is a correction from approval date to effective date, which is what our forms now calculate off of. Section 2.4 was a correction in language. Section 3.1, we added OPE after the title to make it match the schedule of guideline amounts. Section 3.3, we added mileage and or. Section 3.17, we changed the title of that portion of the policy regarding missed evaluations or examinations. Section 3.20, we added language. Language was added. Policy changes to allow flat rate providers to bill for travel time. Section 3.24 was a typographical error. It should have said including originally, and I managed to make it say excluding. Those are the changes to the PAE policy. Again, if you pull up your materials, you'll see the highlighted language bolded before, and the bracketed language is the old language. The agency recommends that the commission approves the proposed changes listed above for the pre-authorized expense payment policy.
Madam Chair?
Are there questions?
Just a comment, I really appreciate this, I really appreciate the process, the clarity of the process, the input from people impacted and the ability of the agency to respond to the feedback, much appreciated.
Are there other questions or comments?
Yes, as I mentioned before, I have a problem with section 3.3.
Why don't we? Maybe it might be easier
In order,
if that's,
don't want to get lost.
right, well, that's what I mean, so we don't get lost, maybe we take them. Are there any questions or concerns about the changes to 1.1? I have a question about it. What feedback did you receive from providers about the 180-day expiration of authorizations? We received some public comment about concerns about that. What was the reason for that change and what risks are there in doing that?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Nash. What section are you referring to? I heard you say 180 days, but then you kind of cut out.
1.1, the last sentence of one. Yeah,
Oh, where authorizations don't transfer?
the last sentence says that the authorization, any PAE that had work performed shall be submitted for payment within 180 days. That's added in there.
Yes, so that is consistent with the current language in the policy. And that is one of the issues that we will be revisiting over the next 90 days is the 180-day rule. We have had some feedback from people where they're concerned, especially with providers that are booking, 4 or 5 months out. We have changed our PAE intake to allow for exceptions. So again, we will be revisiting the 180-day rule, but that language was added just to keep it consistent with what was already adopted in December.
Okay,
Chair Nash,
yes,
if I may, if you look into 1.2, you'll see in the second paragraph, 180 days. So I think that's what Ms. Jackson is talking about in terms
Yeah.
of the consistency. This is an area where we received a lot of feedback from providers, and we know that it's an area that needs work. As I think they said at the outset, that this policy is a work in progress, and this was a space where we actually need to do a lot more engagement to come up with a good solution. So the agency is intending to revisit the 180 days and to look for solutions to this issue that actually work better for people. So we're making a commitment that that's not a permanent piece of the policy, and that's an area where we know there needs to be more engagement before we bring it back in front of the commission.
I mean, as a practical matter, what I don't think anyone on the commission wants is for a provider to have done, thousands of dollars worth of work and then to submit a report or submit a bill that comes 7 months after the authorization and the agency say, sorry, we're not gonna pay that. Because it was, for whatever reason, after the 180 days, if the work was, if it's 2 years and they just didn't do their billing, that's one thing. If it's other circumstances and the bill just didn't get submitted because whatever, the evaluation wasn't done in time, whatever, I don't wanna lose providers because we're not paying them. That's my concern. So if you're committing to looking at those on a case-by-case basis, I'm fine with that until we revisit this, but I just don't want to start losing a bunch of providers because we have this policy. That makes sense.
It makes sense, and as Ms. Jackson noted, there is the ability for people to request an exception.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments on that before we move on? All right, 2.1, the authorization, effective date and expiration.
I had a question. In the comments, what I heard is providers want a response. And the last paragraph, the last sentence, the first paragraph says the request will be reviewed within 5 days. You're not talking about a response. are you accepting there should be a response if personnel are available within a limited period of time?
Commissioner Sealander, I'm not sure where you are in the policy. Could you?
I'm on
direct me?
section 2, request of pre-authorization. I'm in the first paragraph. And I'm in the last sentence, which begins on the next to the last line of that paragraph.
Oh.
And I myself don't know the answer to your question. I would see if Ms. Jackson or Ms. Freeman know the answer to that question.
I see the sentence that you're looking at, Commissioner Sealander, and I believe it was the intent of the agency at the time that this policy was prepared, that we would be reviewing PAE requests within 5 business days of receipt. I am told that we are significantly further behind than that.
And I think that really kind of ties into the 2.1, authorizations expire 180 days from the effective date rather than approval date. If we're having, the effective date is the date it's submitted, right? And the approval date is the date it's approved. And if we're having, and I know we are, because I know we are, a month's delay, we really should not change this policy while we're under such significant delays with, because automatically you cut a significant time out of the 180 days if the authorization isn't getting approved for 6, 7, 8 weeks. So maybe we should table that to a different iteration of the policy.
And Commissioner Nash, are you speaking about 2.1?
2.1, yeah. What do other people think?
What was the reason for changing it to effective date?
The reason for changing it to the effective date was the form that is generated after the PAE reviewer looks at it and approves it. It calculates the 180 days off of the effective date. But perhaps the answer here is to say effective or approval date, whichever is greater.
Well, approval date would never be greater than the effective date, right? Oh, actually, I suppose if you ask for retroactive. Okay. I think that certainly solves the concern about the delay right now. Does anybody else have any thoughts about that? All right, any comments, questions, concerns about changes in 2.4? Or 3.1, probably not, 3.3?
Yeah, so obviously this doesn't deal with an amendment currently under consideration, but as I mentioned before, I have some problems with not authorizing people who act in the role of case managers or social workers unless they have a bachelor degree or a higher level degree in social work, human services, or a closely related field. And I think I mentioned before the success that mentors and navigators have had in the area that I know most of all is eviction services, where people successfully use folks who are successfully in recovery and have gone through the process and understand all of the ins and outs about how to help someone be successful in recovery. I do not want to exclude the ability of providers to use such people in the roles of case managers or social workers.
So,
I
should they make the suggestion that the agency look at that for bringing it back to us at our next commission meeting?
Yes, I would like to make that suggestion, and obviously there have to be some minimum requirements for people, but the agencies that are using mentors and navigators without college degrees have criteria that they use to hire and promote such people. And I'm happy to help try to find some of the criteria, and I'll make them available.
Thank you, Commissioner Mandelberg. I really appreciate those comments. I have sort of two suggestions. One, we're revisiting this policy quarterly, so this is something that we can look at for the next review. And so it won't be the April commission meeting, it would be the June commission meeting that you would be doing this again. And we can include that in the list. The other piece is the agency right now is going through a process of looking for qualification standards as we move to a workload model. So currently we have qualification standards for some types of vendors, but we don't have qualification standards for a lot of other vendor types. And as we think of what it takes to build out a workload model and what kind of investments we're going to be asking for in the 25-27 legislative session to build out a workload model, we need to be able to say what we're purchasing and what those qualifications are. And so right now we are working on being able to bring that to the commission for a conversation about policy option packages this spring. And we could include standards, qualification standards for peer mentors and navigators as part of what we bring back to the commission.
Sounds great.
Thank you.
Chair Nash, just not to belabor the topic, but is there a qualification standard set by legislature or by, like, is it just something
No.
set?
But the agency's working on developing that, and there was in the 6-year plan as one of the appendices for the different case types, different support staff types, some general qualifications or criteria of what those, at least what the people would do, not as much the criteria of who would fill those positions, but I think that's helpful. But that's one of the things that the CAP is going to be working on, correct?
Yeah, our trial support and development group will be working on that.
All right.
There is criteria through Oregon Health Authority, educational health workers, and peer support specialists. Criteria has been established. I'm sure you're already aware.
All right, so, any concerns, questions about 3.17? Or how about anything on that page? And okay, anything about, well, obviously not about including lodging. So I'll entertain a motion to adopt these changes with the change that, to paragraph,
2.1.
thank you, effective or approval, whichever is greater. A motion,
So moved.
second, anyone opposed? All right, the motion passes. Thank you. Let's move on to amendments to or adoption of routine expense policy.
Chair Nash, members of the commission. The following sections of the routine expense policy change. We're proposing changes. We added the word contract before the word attorney. And increased out-of-pocket expenses to $100 minimum threshold. Section 1.5 sub C clarified that interpreters do also qualify for the travel time. We added 3 new sections, and I apologize for the typographical error on section, the last one, that should be section 1.16. We added appellate transcripts, court-ordered psychological examinations, and some direction regarding the hourly attorney billings. The agency recommends that the commission approves the proposed changes to the routine expense policy. effective April 1.
Are there any questions or comments regarding the suggested changes? So I mean, the only comment I have is really about the hourly billings. I understand wanting to get them in monthly. As opposed to the no time, no requirement, but maybe not every 30 days, hard and fast, because I don't know, sometimes people are on vacation that 30th day or something. That, I mean, maybe monthly instead of, I don't know. I'm nitpicking. I'll let somebody else comment.
I think also that language is not exactly clear because you have the or in there, like every 30 days or whenever the amount is
Right.
130 or more. Well, that's, hours
Every day.
every day. So I think maybe the language could be tweaked. I think you want monthly billings, but you don't want a $20 bill. You want it to be at least $130. Is that sort of what you're getting at?
I'll defer
Yes.
to Ms. Jackson.
All right.
Yes, correct, Commissioner Harris. That is exactly what we were trying to get to. And if I need to reword that, I'm happy to do so.
So it would be monthly when the amount is 130 or more.
I think
That's
that's
perfect.
right.
Yeah.
And people have different billing times. Some people bill on the 30th, some people bill on the 13th. So I think just saying monthly is better.
Any other questions or comments? All right, I'll entertain a motion to adopt the routine expense policy with the change to 1.16.
So moved.
Second, anyone opposed? All right, the motion passes. Moving on to the schedule of guideline amounts.
Thank you, Commissioner Chair Nash, members of the commission. The schedule of guideline amounts had a couple of changes. The second sentence of the opening paragraph has been stricken. To the transcriptionist section, we added language that says the rate set by statute. We added records. It was missing from the previous policy. And we corrected the meal allowance day trips from 60 miles to 100 miles to match what's everywhere else. Next slide, Mona. The agency recommends that the commission approve the proposed changes listed above in the schedule of guideline amounts effective April 1, 2024.
Are there any questions or concerns about the schedule of guideline amounts? All right, I'll entertain a motion to adopt the schedule of guideline amounts.
So
Second, anyone opposed? All right, the motion passes. And we'll move on to the update regarding the unrepresented persons and temporary hourly increase program. Ms. Powers.
There we go. Thank you. Good morning, Chair Nash, members of the commission, and Shannon Flowers, the Child Support and Development Manager for the Oregon Public Defense Commission. I'll be presenting some information about where we stand in relation to unrepresented persons, looking first at numbers. So I'll get going on the slides that I've prepared for you all. These are the numbers as of today, looking at the Oregon Judicial Department's unrepresented persons or unrepresented individuals dashboard. This is our go-to source of information about the number of people unrepresented, where they sit in the state, what types of cases, we're seeing that happen in. And then we also use this list. We have information that is not publicly available about the specific individuals in their cases. This is what we rely on in making case assignments and trying to prioritize that population. On the right-hand side, you have the numbers from the last update that I provided on February 7th. Today on the left, those are the numbers for today. It's a point in time. I'll walk you through a few more slides that look at sort of where we've been over time. But this is as of today. This slide shows you the trends since the beginning of any tracking of the unrepresented persons, those individuals who are entitled to or are eligible for a public defender but are without counsel. The first chart there on the upper left is the number of unrepresented individuals who are in custody. On the right, that's on that top line, out of custody pretrial. Lower left is out of custody probation violations. And then the lower right is all other non-criminal case types. So that's civil commitment cases, let's see, both juvenile dependency and delinquency, anything that does not fall into that criminal umbrella. So this is again, since August of 2022, when this information and data began to be tracked by the Oregon Judicial Department. In looking at data this week, it seemed helpful to share with you all, because if we go back to this previous slide, you can see all the trend lines really go up. The number of in custody individuals has remained relatively stable, except for this one spike last summer. But the other trend lines all seem to be going up. But if we look to the last 6-month period, so about mid-September of 2023, the situation starts to maybe look a little bit different. The number of in custody and unrepresented individuals is remained relatively stable. But the other sort of data that's being tracked, the trend lines are going downward, with the exception of right here at the sort of outer right-hand side, the most recent data. So we'll continue to track this data and work with our data and research team and other staff throughout the agency to understand and to monitor what is happening with this population and this group of cases, so that we can continue to be nimble, keep you all apprised, and we can adapt policy and whatever else we can to be responsive to this situation. Again, when you look at a point in time, things can look really different than they do looking at the trends. So we're trying to marshal all of that data and information so that the commission can be as responsive as possible. I also wanted to show you, because we do have later this afternoon sort of special focus on Multnomah County. So I've provided the same data in the previous 2 slides, but specific to Multnomah County. Again, this slide shows you the overall trend lines for all of those same areas going back to August of 2022. This is that most recent 6-month period going back to about mid-September 2023. I'm happy to attempt to answer any questions you all may have about this data, although this is not necessarily my area of expertise, but I am looking at it a fair amount. So if I can try to answer anything, I'm happy to try to do that. This is a little bit different visual than we provided you in January. We're constantly reevaluating our data tools that we use, working with our data and research team to have the best tools we have available at any given moment. So this shows you the overall spending for the temporary hourly increase program. The very large blue bar on the left there is the amount of attorney fees that have been paid out under the temporary hourly increase program, what we call it within the agency, the FIP program. The middle column there, that bar, shows the non-investigator, so all other pre-authorized expenses associated with these cases assigned at increased hourly rates. And then the final bar there on the right, that's sort of a red or orangish color, that is the investigator fees that have been paid out at the increased rate for investigators under the FIP program. On the right, up at the top, you can see where the attorneys that are taking these cases sit within the system, whether they are on a contract somewhere in the state or are they working solely as an hourly attorney. This is an area that we're working on cleaning up some historical data. So I expect these numbers to shift a little bit, but this is the best information we have right now available to us. And then the other two charts there just set out the breakdown by case types, numbers overall, and then what jurisdictions we're seeing these cases and the numbers associated with that. In January, I cannot remember, I guess it was early February. I talked a little bit about the work that the agency has been doing, collaborating across divisions to improve our processes associated with unrepresented persons. One of those is the handout that we've worked on for unrepresented persons that is finalized and ready for distribution. We've had it translated into Arabic, Chinese, French, Korean, Russian, Somali, Spanish, and Vietnamese to try to hit as many people, make sure there are as many different languages and make sure people have as much access to this information as we can provide. We'll continue to assess and evaluate whether additional translations are needed. We also talked about a communication form that we've been working on for judges and court staff to try to streamline communication between the agency and courts throughout the state. In consultation with the Oregon Judicial Department, we've identified ways the form could be streamlined, resulting in a simpler form. And also the agency and the Oregon Judicial Department are working on how we share data with each other. And we think that that is going to enable some additional improvements. And that is a work in process while we're working on this. But the sort of initial work internally has been largely completed. We're communicating with court staff throughout the state. Identifying some places where we can try to test and pilot this form to make sure it's going to be something that is going to work for both court purposes and for our purposes, and be something that actually is an improvement. To me, this is one of the most exciting things that we're doing right now, because it's going to, I think, automate a lot of manual processes right now and enable us to take a workload that is like this and shrink it down to about this so that we aren't spending our time on entering data and answering emails, but we are actually looking for attorneys and connecting attorneys with people who need them as quickly as we possibly can, really enabling us to focus our energy where it's really most needed. And then finally, the trial support and development team is based on some meetings that we've had already with some court staff. It's very clear that we have work to do on improving our communication overall. And so we're attempting to set up some initial meetings to establish or reestablish contact and communication with courts to make sure there's an open line of communication, and then trying to figure out within the staff and resources that we have available, what kind of regular interval meetings are needed, or what other kind of communication we can put in place to make sure that we're as responsive as we can be to judges, court staff, and the situation overall throughout the state. I'm happy to answer any questions about any of those things as well.
Are there any questions in Ms. Flowers or any questions?
I've got some questions. Thank you, Ms. Flowers. So it looks like this is the total data as far as unrepresented people is worsened.
I think it depends on what period you're looking at. Certainly, if you go all the way back to August of 2022, that is certainly true. And that is part of why I thought it was helpful to include what does the last 6 months look like. It doesn't mean that the problem hasn't gotten worse over time, but that most recent 6-month period gives us some indication of stabilization or improvement.
But I was looking on your page 3 of your presentation, which has active criminal contracts. This doesn't address the juvenile. I think we do have some shortage in juvenile on some areas as well, just the criminal stuff. We can't neglect the juvenile level. And this is from July 23, which is the start of the contract period. I'm assuming that 552 reflects the total amount of attorneys.
Yes.
Right. And then we went up in November, we had 5.583, and since then we actually lost maybe 7, down to 576. And I noticed looking at here, it looks like the nonprofit, the law firms organized as nonprofit firms, have increased by 6 since the high water mark. They're 245, but all the rest of the lawyers, the law firms, individual contractors, consortium, they have gone down from 344 to 331. So we've lost capacity. Do you know whether that is a reduction in MAC per attorney or a reduction in bodies?
Can you orient me to which specific measure that you're looking at?
Page 3 of your presentation.
Is it?
Are you looking at OJD or are you looking at?
Oh, am I looking at OPDC?
Yeah,
Oh,
so
I
you're looking at the OJD, which we don't have on the agenda, but I thought I'd just
I
ask.
got that in my notes, so.
Yeah, no, I thought I'd
Okay. I apologize.
integrate that.
That is just fine. What I can say is we're continuing to work with OJD to ensure that that data is as accurate as it can be. Because it's there are challenges with our data systems at this point and what we have in place around and our contracting structure at this point, really tracking those things accurately. So we're in continual conversation about
And
that.
I apologize. I don't expect to be able to answer that question. I guess my question is, if this OJD information is accurate, we're losing providers on the private bar side, or at least we're losing MAP on the private bar side. I don't know if that's right or not, but if it is, can you take a look at that and ask why people are reducing or leaving?
Yes, we will definitely do that. We continue to look at that and see how many attorneys do we have? How are they working? Where do they sit within the system? I think some of that, knowing what has happened over the last 9 months around contracting and especially with new contracts that we put in place in the fall, there are people who shifted, knowing that an hourly system is coming. They elected to shift from being on a contract to working hourly. So I think that explains at least some of what you'd be seeing.
So Ms. Flowers, I'm asking you to look in your crystal ball here. What's gonna be the real impact because you're gonna have to do this a little bit right now. What's gonna be the real impact of the recriminalization of 110? How are you, from an agency's perspective, how are you staffing this? What are your expectations of what this is going to look like from a charging perspective? Like, how many cases are you expecting to see this, and what impact are you expecting this to have?
So I think that's a question.
Because just in the testimony itself, from the DA's side from the criminal defense side, there were drastically different testimonial numbers in terms of what that was gonna look like. What do you expect that it looks like?
And Commissioner Wright, if I could invite our our government relations manager to come join us, I think that
Sure.
she was very much involved in the work that the agency did to cost out the impacts of.
Actually, if we could table that until this afternoon. I'm staying on time and it's already on our agenda, and maybe we can wait until Ms. Taylor talks about that later. Is that all right? All right. Thank you. Sorry. I'm determined to stick to our. All right. Anyone else have any questions or concerns about, or questions for Ms. Flowers?
Are we going to talk a little bit about the judicial bill?
I'm going to try to transition to that now, to get, and who should we ask questions about, Director Campy, about the OJD report?
Well, nobody in the agency generated that report, and it was not provided to us in advance of being submitted for commission meeting materials. So we can certainly do our best, and it may depend on who has the right information to answer the question, or we might very well tell you that those are questions that we would have to take back to OJD and that we would provide an answer when we have one available.
All right, with that.
I have a question for Ms. Fleck. We're talking about the probation violations. By the way, I really just appreciate the dashboards, the work that everybody's involved in to get this information. But when you show Multnomah County, it's kind of confusing. Multnomah County is actually down probation violations, if I read that right. And who has, this is why I understand the system, who has an oversight of how probation is working county by county? Is it the district judge that has oversight of probation? Who has oversight of probation?
I mean, I think it's probably a number of factors, but I mean, I think some of what you see is the variation by jurisdiction in those different decision points that impact this problem, if you will. So charging decisions, docketing decisions, those sorts of things, they make a difference in what is happening. And I know Multnomah County has practices that aren't the same as other jurisdictions throughout the state. And I think that is reflected in what you see in these numbers.
So it's decided within each region, there's a decision-making process about how probation is going to be operated, or?
I would say that it's probably not a process maybe in the way that you're thinking about it. Is they process in the sense that there are things that happen and they move a person or a case through the system, but there's not necessarily a global unified approach to all of that.
Yeah, and Commissioner Buckley, maybe it's helpful. So when someone's on probation, they're subject to the jurisdiction of the court for the period they're on probation. But they also have a supervising probation officer who can impose sanctions upon that individual without court involvement, in a limited way, and also with agreement of the person. So I think what you see is different jurisdictions utilizing the courts with their probation systems differently, where some maybe delegate a little more to the individual probation departments, and other courts want more oversight of that probation engagement.
And I believe that they're under the county, and the county has different ways of who does their probation. And then all of that goes under the umbrella of DOC. So there's a lot of other inputs and oversights.
Are there other questions about the OJD unrepresented crisis plan update?
Just a concern we raised that when we set up these state offices, there was a concern we'd be taking attorneys from current public defense entities. And it does seem like it's happening in some cases. And still we have to keep our eye on that overall concern as we set up the state offices, what the effects will be having in various areas of the state where lots of one public defender to be a crisis.
Do you want to talk about that a little?
I believe Mr. Jeffers is going to talk about the establishment of the state offices, and I will say that we did hire one public defender who is working in Eastern Oregon to come to the Medford-based office. I believe that individual was actually living in Lewisburg and commuting to Baker City at the time that they applied for the position. And after the Oregon Judicial Department alerted us to the concerns around what would happen with the caseload for that lawyer, we worked really collaboratively with the judge and the entity in order to identify counsel for those cases. It was Shanna Flowers' team that did that coordination, and I know she may very well be able to speak to the efforts that were made to identify counsel for as many people as possible.
Well, I'm never going to miss an opportunity to give a shout out to specific people on my team. It was really BJ McCartney, who's one of our program analysts, and K.O. Berger, who's getting a lot of shout outs today. They both worked really hard and worked with the court and court staff to get as many of those cases covered by new attorneys as quickly as possible, and working with the providers in Eastern Oregon. So it really was a good moment in a lot of ways because it demonstrated what we're capable of when we collaborate both internally across divisions within the agency, all the staff, and with courts and court staff.
I'm all for collaboration. I'm all for giving another attorney to Medford. I do have just the concerns that I'm glad you're paying strong attention to it, and then the longer term impact as well.
Yes, my team continues to coordinate with with Mr. Jeffers and the trial division as they're implementing new offices and standing those up, hiring new attorneys into those offices where we need to pitch in and help manage the situation, make sure cases are covered, clients have attorneys, and there's not a gap when that's what needs to happen. So that's an ongoing thing for us for sure.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? All right, thank you, Ms. Flowers. We're right on time. Yay. So moving on to Mr. Jeffers to give us the trial division pilot program briefing. You are muted in case you were talking. I can't see.
Hello,
There you
Chair
go.
Nash, Commissioners, can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
I don't know if you can see me as well, but I'm glad you can hear me. My name is Aaron Jeffers. I'm the Chief Deputy Defender for the Trial Division of the Oregon Public Defense Commission. And I'm here to talk about the regional trial offices today. We're going to start with the first office that we opened, the Northwest Regional Trial Division. That office, we have a focus on taking cases for unrepresented people in Multnomah, Washington, and Clackamas counties. There are 6 deputy defenders now in that office, as well as a paralegal, legal secretary, and 2 investigators. And I said deputy defenders, they're senior deputy defenders. So they're all taking major felony cases. That office opened on December 18th, 2023, with a single attorney, a legal secretary, and a paralegal. We did add the second attorney the next day, and we continued to add attorneys as well as the investigators throughout the winter. And our most recent addition was earlier this month, the last attorney. And so that's an overview of kind of the who we have at the Northwest Regional Trial Division. Mona, can you move to the next slide? Next is the Southern Regional Trial Division. There we're focusing on representing people from the unrepresented list in Jackson County, Douglas County, and Klamath counties. We have 3 senior deputy defenders out of that office, a paralegal, a legal secretary, and we have 2 investigator positions. We just hired 1 of the investigator positions, and we're still interviewing this week for the remaining investigator position. The legal secretary and the first attorney began, the legal secretary began in mid-January, and the first attorney started January 29th out of that office. And 2 more attorneys joined in early February. We hired a paralegal in March, and as I said, our first investigator is set to start in April. And we are still looking and interviewing this week for that final investigator position. We are still working on the office space for Medford. We've been looking at a lease, and we know the location, and we've been working on a lease and finalizing the things we need to secure the office space. And the target date is April 1st, although it could also be April 8th, but we're hoping to open the doors on the Medford office space. It's in Medford on April 1st or April 5th. And then there's the Mid-Valley Regional Trial Division or Central Valley Trial Division, which is going to be based out of Salem. That office doesn't exist yet, but we are funding for these positions here begins on April 1st. The physical space does exist. It's going to be right here at the main office where I am. I'm not moving. The people that are going to be staffing this division are going to be right outside where I'm sitting right now. And we're preparing that for April 1st move-in date for people that are able to start then. There's going to be 3 senior deputy defenders to begin with, a paralegal, a legal secretary, and 2 investigators in the Salem office. And we are currently interviewing for all positions for starting as early as April 1st. And I believe we're going to at least 1 attorney starting on April 1st. Next slide, please, Mon. Okay, so who are our senior deputy defenders? They're all attorneys with experience in public defense. They're skilled. They're all major felony qualified. They've all handled serious cases at trial. And so they're capable, have the expertise to deal with time-intensive felony cases and work with, all kinds of different clients and cases. They have substantially increased our capacity. Of the 9 senior defense attorneys that we've hired, only 2 had had active defense caseloads, active adult criminal defense caseloads. And so by bringing these people into these positions, either from out of state or who had formerly been public defenders in Oregon coming back to public defense, we were able to have 100% capacity for 7 of those 9 positions that we have to the adult public defense system. That I did not anticipate it being that significant, but we want to continue that moving forward. And it looks like from the applicants we have from the Salem office, that will be also 100% capacity added if we hire from the current applicants for those positions. So they also bring diversity. We have one attorney that was a public defense attorney in the state of New York for 17 years, primarily out of the Manhattan and Brooklyn area. Also had some time as a federal public defender. And she's fantastic and brings a wealth of experience and knowledge to our office in Portland. In the Southern office, we were able to add an attorney from the state of Florida who had 22 years of experience as an attorney there. Initially as a prosecutor, but for the last 17 years doing public defense. And that attorney was able to take very serious cases down in Jackson County, attempted murder, 25-year or more sex abuse cases, and has already been able to resolve one of her serious cases for a client that basically conflicted every other attorney in that jurisdiction that went into their cases. And so this diversity in backgrounds and people that are coming back to public defense have been administrative law judges that worked in other areas like youth rights justice, some juvenile law for a while. They're bringing different perspectives back to these positions. And so it's great having all of these different minds working on the cases and issues that are coming up as we build this trial division for the state board. Rona, could you move to the next slide, please? So what type of cases do we do? So the nice thing about our office is that we're responsive to multiple jurisdictions. And so we're able to move to places where there's the greatest need. Washington County, earlier this week, we were able to take a number of cases for Washington County that has brought their in-custody numbers down to 0, which means that we can focus on working with Multnomah. And Clackamas County also does not currently have any in-custody unrepresented as well. So, but those things change, those numbers fluctuate. So we're able to, because we operate in these different jurisdictions at these levels, we're able to help meet the need as it comes up in those different jurisdictions. Same thing is true down in Jackson County and Douglas County and Klamath. We are going to be meeting with the presiding for Klamath County hopefully soon. We don't have any cases out of Klamath County yet, but we anticipate that that's coming in the near future. But we are actively taking cases out of Jackson County and Douglas County, and also participating in some special set resolutions, special set court dates to try and see if we can resolve out of custody cases as well for a number of people who have waited for the primary 2 cases that we take, especially for in-custody clients, are ones where there's a conflict for all providers already. So all the other providers that have existed before our office have a client conflict, a former client, a current client conflict that makes them unable to take the cases. And we are new enough to where we don't have those problems yet. We've only had it once so far in Jackson County, where there was a case that they wanted us to take that had a conflict with another client that we already understood. So except for that one case, we've been able to take those cases on. The other, and this is the larger group, is that when the providers that existed prior to us are just at maximum capacity and can't take additional cases, that's when we're able to step in and take any cases that we have the capacity for as well in all of these jurisdictions. So mostly they're senior level, and then we are looking at a group of misdemeanor cases for kind of early resolution. And that's all that's it. These are just some of the things we've seen that have been said. We're taking priority cases. We know that because they're telling us that. This is the #1 priority case. There's a hard deadline in this, and we're able to step in and represent that in court. There's some very serious people who have been waiting for a long time without an attorney. In another matter, we were able to step in and take that case. And we've got some good feedback from the court as well so far. And those are just some examples of that. Next slide, please, Mona. And the challenges for us right now, the primary surprising challenge has been just the network that we have not being able to process the size of the files that we are frequently dealing with in public defense. Data processing and storage has been a huge issue. It can take 8 hours or more to download individual files that we need to get at in order to start representing our clients. And they can even just time out, even if you try to leave it overnight, the system just can't handle it. And so we're looking at getting off the system that we have, looking at all kinds of different options that have been since the beginning of this issue. And our new chief information officer has been trying to implement a number of the various potential solutions that are out there. So I think it's a problem that will be solved, but we are still dealing with it. Obviously, it's working with different jurisdictions. It's not just one place that does it one way. We have to figure out how to do it all the different ways that all the different places are doing things. An issue for all public defenses, not just us, is still responsiveness to missing information or just communication generally, the speed of communication about trying to resolve some of these matters. And consistently from all of our attorneys, we need additional support services. A paralegal and a legal secretary are very valuable to the office, and 2 investigators are good. But that's not really the way that our public defense offices are set up really anywhere. They all have additional support services available. And the more we have support services, the more our attorneys can focus on the attorney-only jobs that really lead to efficient resolution of these cases. And the more capacity we'll have to seek these resolutions and trials for the public. What's next? We talked about the Mid-Valley office and Southern offices opening in April. We're also waiting funding from House Bill 3204, where we are going to get 8 deputy defenders plus additional support staff. So part of that need is going to be addressed by that bill. We're going to hire a final Southern Oregon investigator, hopefully this week or next week. We're working on improving the data processing issues that we have come across. And we are just seeking to continue to offer high quality service to as many clients. And that's all I have for my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Jeffers. We appreciate it. Are there any brief questions for Mr. Jeffers?
I do have a question.
Yes.
What kind of caseload do you anticipate each attorney in the trial division to have?
Commissioner Mandelberg, Director Campy is here and can answer that question for you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mandelberg, for that question. Our offices are doing hourly timekeeping. And so we are looking at setting caseload standards based on an hourly timekeeping model. At this point in time, we haven't even gotten close to answering that, in large part because of the data processing issues that we're having. So the Oregon Judicial Department's security settings for their network are very stringent, and they have created a lot of challenges with our ability to download discovery, and that has been the thing that has slowed us down the most in being able to ramp up the amount of services that we have. But we're continuing to work and refine the answer to your question.
Do you have a goal for a caseload?
Our goal would be an ethical caseload standard similar to what we'd like to see adopted across the board for public defense.
So we can anticipate a difference between the state employee public defenders and the contract public defenders, at least for some period of time.
I would think that the state employees would eventually look more like the hourly folks because they are doing hourly timekeeping. And so we would be looking at a model that was based on the hourly timekeeping that they're doing.
Thank you.
All right, and with that, we will, unless someone else has a pressing question, I'm sorry.
One quick question. Mr. Jeffers, this is, Jasmine Wright. Would you expect to have any, public defenders that would be based out of Klamath? I know we've had a discussion about this.
Commissioner Wright, in the future, that's certainly something that we are looking at with the current 3 positions. 2 of them are going to be based out of Medford and 1 is based out of Roseburg. The office is in Medford, but all 3 of them would be eligible. And in fact, Medford's actually a little closer to Klamath. And so far, the way we have to meet the need is that all attorneys potentially need to be available to represent people in all jurisdictions, because we just have to make ongoing determinations about who has capacity. And when the need comes up in a certain location, we have to send the attorneys with capacity to that place.
Understood. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And with that, we will take a break for lunch. It's 12:07. Let's come back at 1:05. I'm gonna shave 2 minutes.
You know, I think
We're good.
Thank you and welcome back to the March 21st afternoon session of the Oregon Public Defense Commission meeting. I'm Jennifer Nash, the chair. Before we get started, it occurred to me, and then it was a fleeting thought, and Mr. Dietrich reminded me, we are in person now, so we're not on virtual recording, so we don't have AI identifying us. So when we speak, we should identify who we are so that it's clear in the transcript. So with that reminder, we have a 2-hour panel discussion regarding the current state of public defense in Multnomah County. And I will turn over that discussion to Annie Borton, who will be moderating the panel.
Thank you, Chair Nash, members of the commission. My name is Annie Gorton. I'm resource counsel for the Trial Support and Development Division. My focus is on the PCRP program, juvenile PCRP program, and family treatment courts. And today you're going to hear from 2 juvenile commissions as well as two juvenile panels as well as a criminal panel after. The first panel is a group of longtime practitioners who will introduce themselves shortly. And they're going to talk more broadly about the juvenile practice in Multnomah County, starting with kind of an overview of the practice and getting a little bit more into kind of what their work looks like. And then the second panel is actually going to be a discussion of a case and an example of what the PCRP program can bring to the work and why it really matters so much and how case managers can really impact a case. And so with that, I'm going to turn over to the panel to do introductions, and I'll start with Corey Neesoy as he starts commenting.
I'll do my best to use my indoor voice. Every time we're projected on something, I think I got to go through the Ethernet to the inside. So my name is Corey Neese, and I'm an attorney in Multnomah County. I've been practicing here for about 14 years now, and strictly in juvenile dependency and termination of parental rights cases. Prior to that, I spent 5 years in Maricopa County, Arizona, as both an assistant attorney general and public defender, and then came here, opened a practice, and I'm now the administrator of Portland Juvenile Defenders, which is a consortium of 8 attorneys and 6 law firms.
I'm Christy Barrett. I run Sage Legal Center, which is a nonprofit, and we have 2.5 attorneys doing dependency work in Multnomah County and a few cases around the state lately. I also run Rose City Juvenile Consortium, RCJC, which has another law firm, which is a private firm, Alvey and Hines, which has a 2.0 FDE, all dependency, and I've been practicing about 25 years in Multnomah County, specializing in Indian Child Welfare Act cases.
Good afternoon, commissioners and Chair Nash. Thank you for having us. My name is Don Andrews. I'm the director of Multnomah Metropolitan Public Defenders, Multnomah County Parent Child Advocacy Division. I've been practicing in Multnomah County about 30 years. Originally, I did adult division work. And then when we were automatically waiving children into adult court at the accusation stage, I was representing children in adult court. When we saw the end of automatic waiver, I transitioned back into juvenile work so I would be able to handle those cases that had waivers filed. Now I work with a team of 6 lawyers, 2 case managers, an investigator, and 4 legal assistants. We do dependency work, termination of parental rights work, and we represent children in delinquencies and waivers, and if they were to get waived into the adult court, we would assist with that litigation as well.
I'm Maggie Carlson. I am easily the least experienced person on this panel. I've been practicing for, I think, 7 years now, solely at Youth Rights and Justice, which is a nonprofit law firm that specializes representing children and families in foster care and delinquency proceedings. YRJ is special because we also have our education program. So we represent families who need some assistance in the special education or education related litigation. And yeah, my primary work is representing children and parents in dependency and termination of parental rights cases and children in delinquency cases.
And we thought we'd start with kind of the very broad, like 1,000-foot view of the practice, since we know some commissioners are less familiar with this. And so I'll turn it to Dawn to talk a little bit about the delinquency system.
Okay, so from 1,000 foot up, we work for children that, 18 or below. If you are suspected of engaging in behavior that would be a crime if you were over the age of 18, you could have a petition filed. It is technically civil, but it has a heavy criminal consequence and impact, and it has a lot of overlay of criminal rights through Galt. In Multnomah County, let's see what we need to talk about. The big focus, not just the Multnomah County, nationally, as you know, since the 90s, there's been a great development in the science of brains, and particularly the underdevelopment of children's brains. And so people that do delinquency work, I like to think of as sort of like the Ginger Rogers of the lawyers, defense lawyers, because we need to know everything an adult criminal defense lawyer knows, except how to pick a jury. But we also need to know brain development. We need to really understand it. We track our clients not just through the adjudication, which would be the committed, not proven that you engaged in that behavior phase, but we work for children through disposition, which in adult court is sentencing. And then we also stay with our children post disposition, because sometimes they become wards of the court through the Oregon Youth Authority being committed, even if they're on probation. We continue to work for those children and to monitor the legal aspects of their situation. We also can do work for what we call pre-petition. We can become connected to the children prior to allegations, work to with the family to try to avoid a delinquency accusation petition even being filed. But we can do a lot of upfront work to help that child move along if a petition does get filed. So we do pre-petition work, and we also do post-dispositional work. So sometimes all over the state, but in Multnomah County, there's a very strong practice and focus on post-dispositional work, trying to manage vacating delinquency orders if the child has gotten the benefit of the services and the involvement of the juvenile system. And so we can help the child succeed as an adult by undoing the records or limiting access to records. I know that Maggie will talk a lot about the work that they do for expungements. They have a specialized practice there. One of the things that's unique to delinquency work that you don't really see in adult work, you've got someone over the age of 18, they come to you with children as your clients, sometimes as young as 12 or 14, but usually they're floating around the ages of 14 to 17. Those folks, we meet them where they are to get their work done in a delinquency case. I know Annie can speak to that because I'm aware that she's played basketball with a lot of her clients so that they get comfortable with her, so that they would start working with her on making very serious decisions about whether they're going to admit to an allegation or not, and to make sure that our clients' children understand the choices that they have to make once a petition's filed. We go into their homes to meet with them, to do their legal work, to explain their options. We go to parks. We have to work with them and their families sometimes to make sure that they get transportation to where they need to be when they need to be there. Because our clients' families often don't have the resources to even get their kids where they need to be to do critical evaluations, to get to court, or to meet with us privately. So that's one of the big things that's different, I think, in delinquency work. And I think I've covered everything. If Annie, you want me to talk about anything else about delinquency stuff?
No, I think that's good. And I think, and we're gonna have Christy talk about kind of dependency, and then we're gonna turn it over a little bit more specific to Multnomah County and hopefully have kind of a discussion about the practice. And so Christy, I'll turn to you to do a similar thing, but with a very different type of practice.
Very different, and I think one of the pieces that is the biggest difference is that a delinquency is often just a tiny incident, maybe an afternoon in a person's life that leads to a case, but in dependency, it's really everything that's ever happened to a person that goes into their capacity to parent. And so when we are assessing cases and meeting with people, it's not just what happened in the last week or in the last year, but often can include a case from when a person was a child in the system themselves, and then now is coming through the door as a parent. And having practiced 25 years, I've actually been the attorney for a young person or for that person's parent. And so then that person is now a parent, or they're the grandparent, or I've had other branches of family trees. And I am actually part of the systemic trauma that my clients are experiencing, and we try to manage through all of that. Like, it's good to have somebody who knows you and who knows your story, but it's also hard to have all of that information already kind of cast in your case on the day that you're meeting your new attorneys. I would say about a quarter of my cases have folks that have been in care themselves before. About half of my cases have either a family member, an aunt, an uncle has been in care, and the family has some idea of what their experience is going to be as they enter the system. And that can also be intergenerationally and systemically traumatizing for folks. We have lots of distrust of the system, distrust of who we are and how we come to be part of their case, and that we are really just part of that system that is attacking them and potentially taking their children. In Multnomah County, most attorneys are assigned the day of a preliminary hearing, which is what we call the Organ Shelter hearing, where either children have been 24 hours or may be removed at the hearing that is going to happen that day. We are meeting clients who have been accused of very difficult and bad things. They may be in active mental health crisis. They may be actually under the influence of drugs and alcohol. There may be allegations of sexual abuse, physical abuse, neglect. Pretty severe situation for people to come in and be held accountable. And there are no setovers. There's no, my client's not in a good place for us to have this hearing today, because safety decisions have to be made and we have to go forward. So I would say around 11 o'clock in the morning, we get anywhere from 3 pages to 100 pages of discovery for each family that we're going to meet that day. And then we need to distill that by about 1:30 when parents are showing up at the courthouse and are ready to be meeting with their lawyers. We have about an hour to meet with them, acquaint them with what is going to be happening that day, meet them where they are, and try to get to just even resolving where should the child go while we get all of the bigger picture sorted out. And I think that creates a duality of we are, our clients have rights and we want to protect them, but they also have an agency who has their child and who is making decisions about what type of contact they're going to have. So we are often having to balance laying our clients' lives open, having them go take UAs, having them meet with people, have assessments done, when we would really be wanting to protect their rights and let them have their day in court and their trial. But if we also think that being cooperative is going to get them to their goal, which is actually to be reunified with their family sooner rather than later, then we have to kind of balance those and sometimes just let DHS kind of have access to them in a way that is very uncomfortable and difficult in our practice. So.
Can I say one thing?
Sure, jump in.
In part of that balance, when we're managing dependency cases, there's an ebb and flow as to the adversarial nature of the case and the collaborative nature. So Christy was talking about this shelter hearing, and that's pretty profound hearing because they're proposing removal of children from our client's care. And so that can often take an adversarial approach depending on the parent's background. Was this parent in foster care as a child? What experience does this parent have dealing with state agencies? And just by dint of the fact that there is a removal being proposed. But the case kind of massages throughout its course to be adversarial, to be collaborative, because the overarching theme of juvenile dependency is family reunification. And so you have to, as an attorney, you have to really kind of massage those things to make sure that you're weighing all, the adversarial nature, the collaborative nature. And throughout the course of a case, it takes a long path oftentimes because there's a permanency hearing at one spot. usually approximately around a year into the case. And at that time, even if you're working collaboratively up to that point, it can again resume the adversarial nature if the agency is looking to terminate your client's parental rights. And so, sorry, I warned you, I probably might
No,
interject,
totally. And I
so.
think that's really important for you to hear that. That was certainly a paragraph I have, but we can move that. And I think I wanted to also highlight the types of skills that the attorneys need to have is that we need to understand basic child development and to be able to look at our child clients or our parent clients' kids and understand if that child's typically developing, if they have delays, if they have special needs, if they have educational issues. We often get psychologicals and need to be conversant in medical terms and psychological terms and how our clients are progressing through that and how that may impact how they work with DHS, how it may impact how they work with us, and eventually how they parent. There's a bunch of medical issues and neglect cases where we learn about very deep dives into particular diagnosis or brittle bones and things that can affect those diagnoses. We need to know educational law and whether or not our kids are being met in that field. Substance abuse treatment, we need to understand how those systems works, what those diagnoses are. Medical assisted treatment with Suboxone and those types of things are newer into our system. And I think we're all still kind of learning about those programs that are offering those assistance to our clients. So paternity, custody, I mean, jump in, guys. There are a ton of grab bag items that come up into the way that we assess safety, the way that we make planning and permanency decisions for the families, and that we really need to know and have experience in all these other areas that are not necessarily legal, but go into the work that we're trying to do.
Well, I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna say, this actually is kind of a nice segue. All of the practice before the parent-child representation program entered Multnomah County, right? That was 2020, right? And so this is kind of a nice segue to talk a little bit about that change and kind of tying on to what you were saying, Christy, how that change impacted what you need to know and who's on your defense team in working through that.
I think,
If maybe you could start with what the parent-child representation program is. I'm responsible for committee representation.
all right, and I think I'm uniquely able to speak particularly on how it impacted delinquency work, because I work with children that were waived into adult court at the accusation stage. 1008 went into effect, and we began, after 20 years, keeping those children in juvenile court. So before PCRP in Multnomah County and state, case managers were not connected to the defense team. There was no support with lived experience or social work experience or child development experience that was not your lawyer there to be with you, to hold your hand as a parent or even as a child sometimes, dealing with DHS meetings that you needed to go to move towards reunification. So that was before. Now we have that. We have somebody on a parent side, on the child side, that can comfort them, advocate for them, ask for space at a meeting so that they can work through some type of very traumatic piece of information they're hearing, or get even a drink of water. So that has been a big plus.
And I think in one other piece on the parent-child representation program, which we all call PCRP, is it's an 80 case case cap. So attorneys who are full-time attorneys do not carry generally more than 80 cases. There's kind of a 15% variance there, but they are limited with a maximum of around 80 cases. They also have a case manager associated with about 15% of their cases, which Don was just referring to. And we're going to hear a little bit more about case managers in our next little panel as well. And they also have more resources to support for administrative support and legal assistance and other things like that. So they're funded at a higher rate by OPDC to be able to provide some of these services. It's in 10 counties, and Multnomah County was one of the later counties, if not the last county, to move into the system in 2010. But as I said, it's only in 10 counties so far.
And one thing with the PCRP program that I've noticed in my experience in doing this is there seems to be PCRP case managers who develop kind of a expertise in a particular area. So for instance, someone who may have background as a former resource parent, who knows how to navigate developmental disabilities, who knows how to navigate certification issues of a resource home, that person could be invaluable on a particular case. And especially if you're representing a young child who may have developmental disabilities or a mental health, someone with a mental health background, and your client only has mental health allegations, that too could be incredibly useful. And we do have the option when we request PCRP case managers to identify someone or fields of interest that we'd be working with, which is a very useful tool for us. Because I know prior to 2020, it was a practice of kind of putting out fires, sadly, right? But then you get this additional support on these really difficult cases, and you could turn your practice from that to being proactive, to filing motions, to really advocating and saving litigation practice for the attorney, but also having this collective team of support around you. So the difference for me is profound, having these PCRP case managers.
I also think one of the things that PCRP did is allow for more retention of attorneys for a longer period of time. I know Christy talked a little bit about sort of all of the different aspects of things that are not law related that we have to know in order to be good at our jobs. We have to know child development. We have to know aspects of immigration law. We have to know how substance use treatment works and who has openings at the moment. Having case managers on board who can be experts in those things really allows us to sort of take a step back and focus on the law, which is what we're all trained to do. None of us are trained social workers that I know of, although sometimes we act like it. I can't tell you how many home visits I used to scramble to get ready for before we had PCRP, and I had people I could rely on, where I would be Googling things like, what's an 18-month-old supposed to be doing? I had never been a parent. I didn't know. They're supposed to be walking by then. So, you know, if they're not, that's a red flag. But now we've got social workers who are experts who can help guide us and help figure out, so that we can focus really on the law, like Corey was talking about. And I think the other big thing is with the caseload caps and the increased funding and the increased resources, it does allow for lawyers who are really passionate about this work to stay in it longer, because pre-PCRP, it was much harder. It's still hard. It's still challenging. 80 is a lot, but you would have lawyers who maybe would be fresh out of law school and work in this field for a couple of years and say, I can't do it. I can't raise my family on this salary. I can't see my kids after work because I'm working 80 hours a week. It wasn't sustainable, and that's different now. Now I think it is more manageable. Our cost of living is, you can raise a family, you can have a long career, and that benefits our clients because then they're not being represented by somebody who's well-intentioned, but maybe only has a couple years under their belt. They're being represented by people who've been doing this for 25, 30 years, and really have all of that expertise, not only in the law, but in all of the other things Christy was talking about as well.
And I think before and after, you know, the retention piece benefits our clients, and it helped achieve legislators' goals when they envisioned PCRP in this. It was to get kids out of government care faster. And if we have lawyers that stick around, we are a profession and not an afterthought now in Oregon, I would say, in terms of recruiting. I recruit for lawyers that have expressed an interest in this work since law school. That wasn't happening before PCRP was in place. And it achieves the legislators' goals by this. The lawyers know what they're doing. They have an expertise. They have the space they need to build the trust of their client. Clients don't have 2 or 3 lawyers during the life of the case. These cases differ from adult cases, even the most serious adult cases in this. We work for families for almost at least a year. The burden of proof for jurisdiction in a dependency case is preponderance of the evidence. the likelihood that the state, and particularly Multnomah County, because they do a lot of diverting, so when we get a case, a petition, these are complex cases with complex clients. They, not like 10 years ago, when it was just, oh, your standard drug case. Why is this here? They could have done something different. The folks and the families that come in on petition, the broken folks, they're very complex. And now that PCRP is in place and lawyers are able to stay longer and learn more and stay with the family longer, there's trust that helps the family move forward in whatever the family needs to do to keep the child safe and connected to its relative, whether it returns home to the parent or the parent trusts the lawyer and the team that's working with them enough to make a different plan for their child and gets the children out of government care, which was one of the reasons why the legislators thought that PCRP was worth the investment.
I think we have maybe about 5-ish minutes here, and at any time if people have questions, please feel free to kind of jump in. But there's one other topic I know folks, we had kind of discussed before, kind of what do you guys think? You have the commission here to kind of speak directly to in terms of what you think is important for Multnomah County in your practice and what you'd like to see. Don't all jump in at
Well,
once.
there's a problem. I didn't want to say, I can tell you what I'd like to see, the 80 case, the case count, it's good. It was a benefit, but in Multnomah County, because of the complexity of the clients that are in the system and the complexity of the case, 80 too high. That number came from Washington. There's just across the river. Washington is different. Children don't get lawyers in Washington, and if I'm correct, that case cap didn't include delinquency and dependency. So in my office, Maggie's office, these lawyers, these experts, we not only have to know dependency law, we have to know delinquency law. We are very unique experts, and we are working both of those systems, which cross over sometimes, but not always.
Yes, a question regarding the 80. The way it seemed to be posed is to, in Oregon, for all the counties, are you saying that the 80 is too much for it? Or are you peering out or pulling out Multnomah County for some reason? And if so, why Multnomah County is different from the other 35?
Well, I can speak to, I practice mostly in Multnomah County. I can't speak to every county, but I can speak to what I understand the differences to be that I've seen. And other lawyers that practice in the other counties can tell you if that cap is. PCRP is not all over the state yet. It should be, but it's not there yet. In Multnomah County, why we have many more case hearings. We have many case hearings. So that's one of the reasons why it's too high. Multnomah County, given the houselessness, the complex issues around drugs and lack of resources for drug treatment for not just adults with dependency cases, but also children. Our cases take a lot of resources. Meeting these kid clients where they are, if they're struggling with addiction or the parents are, takes a lot of time. Helping these families move forward in their cases, given the number of hearings that we have, the complexity, the number of lawyers that might be involved in the case, takes a long time to get through one trial. I have lawyers that are in 10, 12-day trials because there are 4 or 5 lawyers connected to the trial.
Can I ask Dawn on that one? How many days does that trial go over? It's 12 days of trial. How many months over?
Oh, it might go over a month, 2 months, because they don't have enough judicial space and they're managing the lawyer schedules. And so that 80 cap in Multnomah County, if the cap was lower, there were fewer cases, the lawyers would have more space on their calendars to get the trial done. And then there still might be the problem of judicial space.
May I jump in?
Yeah.
I know Dawn touched on this a little bit, and I agree that the 80 caseload cap was a benefit to the practice. But I think that number did come from a Washington study, and there are some significant differences between both Washington and Oregon, and when the study was conducted and now. And so Washington, as Don said, children do not get representation, so they're focusing like solely on a parent representation model. It did not account for children being represented, and it did not account for delinquency children being represented. Also, this study, I can't remember the year off the top of my head, but it took place a while ago and the landscape has dramatically changed. I know it feels a little cliche to talk about, but COVID affected a lot and we're still all coming out of it. The number of substance use beds, the number of mental health providers, the number of behavioral health providers, all of those services have decreased. So it's harder for our clients to get the services that they need.
And also, the additional changes would be, the technology and the science that now comes into cases to prepare for it. You know, Portland police are getting their, body worn cameras. Beaverton has body worn cameras. I have a misdemeanor case that had 13 hours of body worn camera on 6 different police officers. And I could not advise that child regarding gun, it was a gun charge. Until I had watched all of that video, then my investigator needs to watch it. Somebody needs to show my client what's important about it. And if you do the math, you can see how much time that's gonna take a lawyer. Body worn camera can come into play in a dependency case as well as a delinquency case.
I think the Commissioner.
Yeah, I have a question. I'm curious to what extent your clients prevent with culture-specific needs, and how does that complicate the work? And then on top of that, do you feel that work is resourced in the way that it needs to be?
Are you speaking to the work of the legal team?
I'm saying like children who are not white coming in, and those families having sometimes specific needs that are different than white families.
Can I? Yes. I don't think it shocks anybody to hear that children who are Black and brown are coming into the foster care system at a much higher rate than they are represented in both Oregon's general population and nationwide, unfortunately. And I think they do have really complex needs that are complicated by the lack of quality appropriate services in Oregon. We do not have DHS does not offer, I will say, service providers who match the cultural identification of their clients. I also think it's important to remember that often families who are Black and brown have more systemic trauma and generational trauma in interacting with the agency. So they're going to be more hesitant for good reason to trust when the government comes in and tries to offer them services. It's going to be harder to get them to engage. So yes, absolutely, that complicates our work and makes it harder.
Christy, if you could, I mean, your work specifically is focused a lot on the Indian Child Welfare Act cases.
Right, and so that obviously brings another party to the case, which is the tribe, which often is outside of Oregon. And so then we're trying to work with that and have the tribe be able to participate in a meaningful way. There are often difficulties because of the rate which Native children were removed from their families for being able to have any of those families approved as care providers now, because there have not been a lot of changes in the certification process and background checks that those families can't have. The houselessness, all of those numbers are bigger for our minority populations, which then make all of the services harder. And then also our clients going into treatment settings where they feel to be the other and having those experiences with the other clients, where our clients can be very difficult to each other in those settings. And so all of these result in those people shutting down and not participating, which then we need our PCRP case manager to be going out and getting them again and building them back up and trying to get them back to the table so that they can successfully reunify with their children.
We're pretty much out of time, and I just want to do one follow-up on that piece. Do you feel that, you know, having how much of the cultural expertise do you think the lawyers have versus the case managers? Like in terms of understanding where your clients are coming from, and did you learn any of that in law school?
Did not.
Zero in law school.
Zero in law school. Right, I mean, my office has been doing the Native Developer Act, right? We've had the contract since 1993, originally out in Naples, the Native American Program of Legal Aid Services. So the attorneys, Ms. Mara and I at my office have a very specific cultural practice that is not necessarily supported by the contract. We used to have a slightly different rate, but now that everything is across the board is the same, we still have the same 80, even though we know that some of our clients are going to have much more difficult situations. I don't know that there's a firm that really has a specialization for the African American.
No, I think that's something that we are definitely lacking.
Very few practitioners who reflect that, although there are a few, but trying to bring more diversity within our field. Again, if we're just trying to retain anyone in the seat, let alone trying to get those people to apply and stay who have those types of skill sets and community connections is critical.
I think access to case managers is critical. I mean, of course, recruiting and retention of lawyers that are culturally connected to our clients would be a tremendous amount of help. I'm sure a lot of my clients are just thrilled when I show up to meet them where they are in their neighborhood, right at their home. But more case managers on more cases would help tremendously with that. And I think there are case managers that do have lived experience and could connect better and build trust faster than I can build with my clients.
And that's all we have time for, so we can get to our other panel, but I thank you all for coming and being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And next, we're gonna very briefly hear from our case manager administrators for the PCRP program while we get our next panel ready to come in, which hopefully my colleague Christine will help queue up there. But if Dana and Shannon, you guys wanna come down here, I'll let them do, this will be a very brief section. It wasn't quite on the agenda, but we realized it was very important for you all to understand that the PCRP program has a case manager program that is administered, I guess, by two of our private contractors who are here today. So I'll let them kind of very briefly explain who they are, their experiences and what they do. Because it's one of the most important pieces of the program. Dana, I'll start with you.
Great. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Dana Brandon, and I've been an Oregon Public Defense provider for about 25 years. I have a master's degree in public defense and social work. And for the last 10 years, I've contracted with OPDC as the senior case manager and administrator for the Parent-Child Representation Program. So my role is to provide, recruitment, training, technical support, and oversight functions. We implement training with our case managers with a focus on client-driven support and advocacy within legal defense teams. We also provide technical support to our case managers, which is a huge benefit to them as they navigate clients who are in crisis or other high risk or ethical scenarios that may come up for them doing this work. I think the panel did a good job of kind of talking about the role, but I will say that they work as agents of the referring attorneys. They adhere to the attorney-client privilege. They're skilled in client engagement strategies and building rapport with clients. We need to talk about the distrust that many of the clients have with the system. And so I think that, having that client engagement background and the building of trust and rapport and that social work perspective really provides a lot of insight to the legal defense team. So I'm happy to be here and support our panel that you'll see, and happy to answer any questions for the commission.
Yeah, and I think Dana and Shannon will both be here afterwards to answer questions, but I'll turn it briefly here to Shannon Getman to kind of introduce herself.
Thank you. We are very excited to be here and have an opportunity to talk about this program. I've been in this field for over 20 years as well, and I've worked for ODHS, I've worked for the DA's office as an investigator in the juvenile branch as well. And I was so excited. I was also an investigator out there in the field as well. And I was very excited to come onto this program because having seen all those sides, I've realized that it's just, as Dawn and everybody said here, it is an amazing opportunity to have a caseworker or a case manager involved with the defense side of things and add that aspect to the client that we're helping, whether it be that child or that parent, to be able to have their story told. It sometimes is the first time that they're able to tell this story of theirs, and that is an amazing foot to start off on for our clients. I personally, in this program, I helped manage the database that keeps track of all the clients that we're working with, the case managers. I speak with the case managers often. We discuss the accuracy of their caseload, their FTE load, everything that goes into this interdisciplinary legal model. We are able to represent these clients quicker and get permanency faster for them. And that's what our role is in doing this. Let's see, I specifically have manage that database. We go through it, we make sure that everybody that we're dealing with, there's conflict checks that have been had, our case managers do their own conflict checks. We just make sure that we are keeping everything in order and making sure everything is happening the way it should.
And we at the agency are very grateful to them because they do the administrative work of this program, and anyone here would tell you that their work is invaluable. But now I am gonna ask them to early stage to step back, so we get our next group up here, to kind of talk through. And so I'll let them introduce themselves as well, but this is gonna be an example of a case that, closed. And we have, a former client, Mr. Valentin Rosales here, with an interpreter. And they're gonna give an example of a case and how they work together as a legal team, which you have in front of you, to a successful resolution. And so I think we're gonna just start with a brief introduction. We'll start this way and go down. So Jason, why don't we start with you on a brief introduction of yourself?
Oh, sure. Hello there. My name is Jason Pearson. I'm an attorney in Multnomah County. I've been practicing specifically juvenile dependency for the last 9 years. I work for, I have my own firm. You met Corey Neese in the last panel, and I'm part of his consortium.
Go ahead.
My name is Tony Lopez, and I'm a case manager for the PCRP program. Prior to this, I worked in dependency with a law firm that represents clients in dependency since 2016, and I've been doing this since 2021.
As a case manager?
As a case manager,
Can you give a little background of like what value you bring as a case manager?
Yeah, so I am bilingual, bicultural. I also have many years of lived experience as well as professional experience in advocacy and just direct services. In just various, I started out being an advocate for domestic violence and the court system in Washington County. So I come with a lot of knowledge of providing direct services to clients.
And now I'll turn it over to Valentin here. If you can briefly just say your name and introduce who you are.
Me llamo Valentín Rosales Tavares. My name is Valentín Rosales Tavares. El papá de Lucy Bermes. Lucy's father. Lucy Bermes. Lucy Bermes.
And we'll have the interpreter introduce himself briefly.
Yes, Ian Griffin, certified court interpreter in Spanish.
Okay. And now we're gonna jump a little bit more and I'll turn to Jason here again to kind of go a little bit over the case itself.
Yes, so we're here just doing a case presentation and, basically what occurred for, in my experience, starting opening the case, getting Tony involved and then Valentin's experience with that. The case opened with some allegations that the father's whereabouts were unknown and that he had neglected to parent his child. Neither one of them turned out to be completely accurate, and so we decided to negotiate that to some language regarding Valentin not having a plan in place to parent his child. Valentin really didn't know his child coming into this case, and it was kind of an unusual case because the child Lucy didn't speak English. Or didn't speak Spanish, and Valentin didn't speak English. And so, so there really needed to be a plan in place in order to get, to reunify this family, because at the time that we started out, there just simply wasn't a way forward. I'll kind of leave it at that. At about 6 months in, after some conversations with, DHS, I discovered that, there wasn't as much progress being made as we would have hoped, in the case so that we could get the family reunited. And so I made the referral, for specifically a Spanish, speaking PCRP rep. And Tony was assigned, and that's when the case really started taking off.
Yeah, and Tony, can you just talk a little bit about how you viewed the case when you came in and what that looked like?
Yeah, so when I get on a case assigned, I always make sure that I go through OECI and just look at all the background to kind of have a good, a good understanding of what brought the case in. And then I'll staff with the attorney. That kind of shows me, like, things that kind of stick out for me that might be, goals for this case. And when I'll staff with an attorney to make sure that we match, those goals match. If there's something that I missed, we can address that. When I came into this case, what I saw was that we had a DHS having a perception that they had a parent, that there was no safety issues to return this child. So they were kind of like, what is happening? So I think their assessment of it was more of like, what is this father's commitment to their child? And not really looking at it as, some of the cultural barriers that I saw, that kind of popped out for me just from the get-go. It's not uncommon for Latino clients that I work, I'm gonna specifically say Latino because that's who I work with, for them to just be very agreeable when it comes to the agency, and anything the agency asks for, they will say yes. And they will not have the confidence to go against what they're offering, as to not be perceived in a negative light. Not understanding that they're thinking about how doable the thing is that they're agreeing to. And I think that was one of the main barriers that was happening with this case. We had a father who was agreeing to like extend visits and like move this case forward, but he was just not able to because of the nature of his work. And so that was for me one of the main things, and also like the language barrier for the child, and that this was not really a reunification, but like an introduction to a family.
Valentine, how was the communication with DHS and Jason before Tony joined the case?
Bueno, la comunicación con el DHS y con el abogado, muy buena. Well, the communication with DHS and the attorney, very good.
And Jason, what's your perspective on that?
So I'm not a Spanish speaker. It's not a skill that I've picked up, and to be honest, I had to have several conversations with him in the courtroom or just prior to court with the assistance of an interpreter, or just to be completely frank, a lot of our communication was via text, and I was using Google Translate in order to communicate with him. And I think that Tony's gonna speak a lot about one of the cultural barriers being the fact that when the government is involved, especially with someone who is immigrating to this country, that the first answer that you might get is yes to any question that you ask. And that was my experience, and it's not something that I really realized prior to Tony coming on. And I think Valentine was saying yes to me because he wanted to be agreeable, he wanted to get his child back. But maybe not having a full understanding of everything that a yes really meant when I was asking these questions.
And did the caseworker speak Spanish?
The caseworker did not.
Do you know how they were communicating with Valentine? Or it's an assumption, I should say.
Yeah.
I guess you don't know for sure.
I don't know for sure, but I think that it was very similar to me, that everyone was trying to communicate with Valentine using the means that we have, which are, interpreters when they're available, but the reality is that they're not always available. And so Google translates the best way to do that.
That's the question. Was there a way to verify that Spanish was actually Valentine's native language?
So when I first got on the case, the court does provide, interpreters, for the shelter hearings when they've identified someone as a non-native speaker.
What I mean is not Spanish versus English. I mean Spanish versus some other language that's spoken in Mexico.
Only that he seemed to understand, what was being said by the interpreter, at that initial shelter hearing.
I think Tony can speak a little bit to this, maybe in Valentin and in other examples.
Yeah, I have had other cases where Spanish is not their first language, it is another native language from Mexico. And I can't tell you how they determine that and how they verify it. But I have been involved in other cases where we've had two interpreters. We've had an interpreter that interprets the native tongue, whatever that is, and then like into Spanish and then into English. So yes, I don't know how they, like the court determines, but I think once we come in, they've already determined that.
And you accept everything in it.
Well, and so I do want to touch on, and that's like a great question too, because even though I'm a native speaker, Spanish is my first language, Valentina is from Cuba. And also, and I can have other people that are from Mexico that are my clients, and it doesn't mean that we're going to speak the same. And so for me, I always try to, make sure that the client is understanding. And if they use a word that I don't understand, ask for clarification, and I'll use various ways of like getting information back that I have given to not assume that my client knows what I'm saying, but for me to verify that they know what is being said to them, what is being required of them, what we're doing next.
And I apologize for the assumption I made. Mexico is about, given how many countries from Latin America are now represented. Yeah, so excuse me for that error.
No. And I think, I think one of the things we've been asked elsewhere is, what is the difference then, they have a DHS caseworker and you're a case manager, how is that different? What does that role look like to you guys? How it's different?
So. So I think that, as far as the difference between a DHS caseworker and, the PCRP case managers, to me, I think that it's incredibly important for some of our parent clients, or the vast majority of our parent clients, to have additional support outside of just, DHS's basic referral services that they do. So DHS often has a template list of referrals that they provide: parenting classes, domestic violence classes, substance abuse, goes through the BIT program, which I hope that you've heard about here today. And what really happens when you put a PCRP case manager on board is they really get to know the client. And all of their needs. Many of our parent clients have issues that go well outside of any safety issues, for their child. And the PCRP case managers really get to know those issues, get to know these parents, and really help to provide those additional services that I really think promotes stability in the long term. Oftentimes when you've got a DHS caseworker, they're just concerned about the safety threat, because that's their mandate, is to be concerned about, what can we do to get this child back in the home of this parent. And many times there are just other issues that present themselves that can make a family much more stable. And I think that's what specifically the PCRP case managers can be a great asset to try and address those issues.
So I think maybe Tony touch on how overnight started with this.
Yeah, I want to kind of just, if I can just piggyback on that just a little bit. I think that this is, so for me, the way that I see it is that I'm able to come in and work with a client on what barriers are coming up and do it in a way where there is a protected communication or protected interaction. So it's not uncommon, and again, I'm just talking specifically about my Latino clients, but it's not uncommon that they are not savvy in how the system works overall here in the US. How do you enroll a kid into school? How do you make an appointment? Just all of these things that maybe to a kid that doesn't understand that this is a complete cultural shock. They haven't navigated the system. they might perceive that as like this person, that parent may be having cognitive issues, or maybe other stuff that's not that way. And so I can see what the parent maybe is, where they're like coming up short, and like assess that and help them through it without the threat of DHS making assumptions of the capacity. And this is in a protected manner where it's not gonna bring up other legal issues for them. So that's for me the difference between the case worker and then for us, that a lot of, we can dig deeper into like what these barriers are, how to work through them. And my client is not in a like place where they could potentially be seen as like inadequate in other areas that have not been brought up yet.
And do you think you can speak to those overnights?
Oh, yes, and so, and we touched on, there was a language barrier between the child and the parent, and we had asked, for the child to be enrolled into a Head Start that was bilingual, so that she could start getting that, you know, Spanish, like exposure into Spanish. And the caseworker, you know, this dad had never parented this child, never lived in the same home with her. He was only having visits once a week for short periods of time because of the nature of his work. Sometimes he would have to be gone for like a week, and so maybe he'd miss a visit. So there was not a lot of stability in that area. And he also had his wife, who his child had never met. And we were at a place, I think, where this case was moving really quickly. The DHS worker came over, we did a walkthrough of the house, and the caseworker is like, great, we can drop her off on Friday and she can stay the weekend. So I'm like, that's not. And I think for me, for my background, being like that, I've worked in dependency with a law firm. I'm like, does the child's attorney know we're doing this? Was my first question. And also, you know, speaking to the caseworker about why don't we introduce the wife or do like a soft introduction before we just bring this child and drop them off? And that could have potentially been disastrous for my client. And actually, after meeting the child, it would have been. She did not know them. She would have probably refused to come back if they would have done that. And so the other thing that we had talked about was something that his wife actually brought up, that they don't know the child, what she likes to eat, what are the things, like, can we like do some preparation and make sure that she's like in an American home, eating American food, they're Cuban, the things are not the same, to create like the best environment for her and make it comfortable for her. But yeah, I mean, I was glad DHS was ready to do that. I'm like, let's hold up a little bit, because that could potentially bring up a lot of other issues.
And I think, so we only have a few minutes here, so I have one quick question and then I'll kind of, before we get to the very end here, but, in terms of kind of, now I lost my train of thought there. You can talk about this case in particular or more generally, but a lot of the work you deal with is sometimes reunification, sometimes another type of permanent plan. How do you deal with those conversations? Do you have those